At some point on December 31st in the year 2000, a man left a house in a suburb of Tokyo, Japan, leaving behind his fingerprints, DNA, a sweater, and a house full of victims. From the outside looking in, the house looked like almost every other house in any typical Japanese suburb. It had 2 stories, was in a good neighbourhood, and had a park right on the other side of the back fence. But the inside of the house was quite different to most others. The property had actually been split into separate apartments, meaning that 2 families were living on different floors with no way to enter each other's apartment from the inside of the house. If one of them wanted to do that, they would have to go outside and either up or down the stairs, depending on whose front door they wanted to get to. But that didn't mean that these 2 neighbours weren't close to each other. In fact, they were very, very close. Upstairs was the Miyazawa family, a family of 4. Mikio Miyazawa was a 44-year-old businessman whose colleagues would later describe him as the kind of guy that got on well with everyone, and he was married to Yasuko. Yasuko was a 41-year-old teacher in one of the local schools, and she was known to have been kind, compassionate, and full of love for the couple's 2 children. First, there was Nina, an 8-year-old who was everything that an 8-year-old girl usually is. She was full of life and energy, and she adored football and ballet, and never stopped moving for a minute. And then there was her younger brother, Ray. Ray was only 6 years old and really only just stepping in to enjoying life to the fullest when his parents noticed something odd. Ray was showing signs of having a speech impediment, and the Miyazawas had been taking him to treatment over the recent months, hoping to improve things for him. There was plenty of time for things to improve, and the Miyazawas had the support of their close neighbours, Yasuko's mother and brothers, who all lived in the flat beneath the Miyazawas. On the same road were only 2 other sets of neighbours, but it hadn't always been like that. When the Miyazawas had first moved in, there had been almost 200 neighbours living in the area, but most of that had changed over the last few years. It all goes back to the park right on the other side of the Miyazawa's fence. Plans had been made to approve and expand the park, and many of the neighbours in the neighbourhood had already moved out as part of the plan to make space for the expansion. In fact, the Miyazawas would also be moving out in a short time, but as fate would have it, things would go far differently for them. Sometime between 11:30 p.m. and 5 minutes past midnight on December 30th to 31st, a man climbed up one of the trees in the park right beside the Miyazawa's household. The branches of the tree took him right up to the bathroom window, and after he'd got the screen off the window, he slipped into the property. The first bedroom he came upon was little Ray's. The boy was sleeping, but that didn't stop the intruder from creeping up to the boy's bed and using his bare hands to strangle him. Ray couldn't have put up much of a fight, but he did manage to alert his father, Mikio, who heard something happening in Ray's room. He went running down the hallway and burst into his son's room, only to find the killer strangling Mikio's now dead son. Mikio threw himself at the killer, but the man was armed. The killer had a rather unusual weapon on him, a fishing knife that later investigators were able to pinpoint not because of the wounds the man had inflicted on Mikio, but through something else that he had left behind. As the 2 men struggled in Ray's room, the killer got the upper hand and stabbed Mikio in the head, his knife going in deep enough to take life from Mikio as he fought to protect his family. The killer pulled the knife out, probably knowing that there were still other people in the house, but the knife got fractured, leaving behind a shard in Mikio's wounds, which investigators found later on. From there, it's unclear if he went to Yasuko or her 8-year-old daughter Nina first, but it is clear that the killer used the broken knife to attack both of them before he went to the kitchen, got a fresh knife, and finished killing the entire Miyazawa family. It wasn't until around 10 a.m. the following day when Yasuko's mother, Haruko, entered the apartment after not being able to reach anyone upstairs for a few hours, and that the exact scale of what had happened the night before was discovered. Most people would suspect that after killing an entire family in the middle of the night, the killer would have gone there to take advantage of the situation and collect and steal valuables before disappearing into the night. But this killer was different. He did undoubtedly take advantage of the situation, but not necessarily in the ways some may think. The killer took his time. He treated his own wounds with a first aid kit in the house, took a nap on the sofa, and then got hungry. He went to the kitchen, eating a whole melon and some ice cream, and drank 4 bottles of tea before the inevitable happened. He went to their bathroom, using their toilet, and not even bothering to flush when he was finished. There's something cold and particularly callous about this act after killing an entire family. But perhaps now that he was rested and had had something to eat or drink, the killer could get to work. Logs onto the computer shows that he'd spent time browsing the internet, and drawers through the house had been ransacked. Some money was taken and paperwork had been left strewn around the house, some of it in the bathtub and in the toilet, and others just across the floor. Exactly what the killer did after that is a mystery, but it is clear that at some point he reorganised his things and decided to leave some of them behind. On the very same sofa that he'd slept during the night, the killer left behind a knife, a muffler, a bag, a sweater, jacket, hat, gloves, shoes, and 2 handkerchiefs, and then he seemed to just disappear without a trace. But chillingly, it is possible that he stayed in the household most of the night, only leaving just before Yasuko's mother arrived. Haruko entered the home around 10:40, but the investigators found evidence of computer activity happening in the Miyazawa household at 10 a.m. Was it possible that Haruko had only missed the killer by a couple of minutes? What would have happened if she had caught him? Would she have seen a glimpse of the man who'd taken her daughter and grandchildren away from her, or would she have been another victim? It is difficult to say, especially since investigators have also come out and said that it was entirely possible that the last piece of activity on the computer could have come from Haruko herself. They argue that she may have accidentally moved the mouse while discovering the crime scene, and so far authorities have left it to speculation, not coming out either way to say what really happened. The last time the authorities officially put the killer in the household was when he'd used the computer after killing the family, meaning there is about an 8-hour gap between the 2 sets of computer activity. But who was the killer, and why did he do this? No one knew the answers to that, but the authorities were determined to find out, and they had a long list of physical evidence to help point them towards the killer. As stated previously, the killer left his fingerprints, DNA, and a sweater behind. The prints didn't match any in the Japanese databases, and neither did the DNA, but the DNA could tell the investigators a bit more about him. They knew his blood type, and they knew that his father was possibly from East Asia, maybe Korea, and his mother was possibly European, or she at least had some European DNA in her ancestry. This should have helped the authorities narrow down the list of suspects, but almost unbelievably it got them nowhere. It proved that the killer might have had some connection to other countries outside of Japan, but not what he was doing in Japan or if he'd purposefully targeted the Miyazawas. And then things got even more puzzling. Inside the bag that the killer had left behind, the investigators found sand, something that could have helped them pinpoint where the killer might have gone, and hopefully in the more recent days before the murders, but what the investigators did find only raised far more questions. They were able to track down where the sand had originally come from, all the way down to a very specific piece of land, just not a piece of land in Japan. The sand had come from an Air Force base all the way out in the Nevada desert in California, USA, but how it had ended up in a bag in Japan in a house where 4 people had been murdered was a complete mystery. The theory was raised that the killer was someone in the military, possibly American and stationed either in Japan or possibly Korea, but maybe the killer had just stolen the bag or bought it second hand and the investigators were onto nothing. Maybe the killer had only been related to someone in the military, and the investigations were chasing up a dead end. Not wanting to leave any stone unturned, the investigators went back to the sweater. Only 130 of these sweaters had ever been made and sold, and that was a far shorter list of potential suspects than the DNA evidence had provided the investigators with. If they could track down the people who'd bought this sweater, find someone from that shortlist with the same family background who may or may not have connections with the American military, they'd finally be onto something concrete. But the investigation unfortunately dragged on. Only about 20 of the sweaters and the people who bought them were ever tracked down, and the others still remain unknown. Throughout the years, over 246,000 investigators have collected almost 13,000 pieces of evidence, conducting an almost unimaginable number of interviews and requesting help from international agencies, all ending in nothing but a cold case. 15 years later, the authorities announced a 20 million yen, or about 155,000 US dollar reward for anyone who can provide information that leads to them discovering and convicting the killer. But that wasn't all. The authorities also announced that 40 officers were still officially working on the case full-time, and that hasn't really changed. The last formal announcement regarding the Miyazawas came in 2019 when the authorities announced that the reward still stands and that 35 officers are still assigned to the case. The Miyazawa house also still stands, untouched and unoccupied for the 23 long years that the remaining members of both sides of the family have been left without answers. But perhaps one day the case will close. The house can be given a new lease of life, and a community can move on from the brutal and tragic things that took place in an unusually quiet and peaceful Japanese neighbourhood. When most people hear the Moor's murders, they're very likely to think of the years between 1963 and 1965, when Ian Brady and Myra Hindley took 5 children out onto Saddleworth Moor in Manchester, sexually assaulting 4 and killing all 5 of them. But their case, even though it's quite unique in the sense that they targeted children, wasn't the only spree of assaults and murders that took place in and around a moor. Today we go across to Bremen, Germany, where a patch of land would become the scene of one of the most brutal targeted attacks on women the country had ever seen before or since. The Devil's Moor is the literal translation of the German name Teufelsmoor, and with a name like that, you could almost say that the moor was always destined to be the site of some truly terrible crimes. But back when everyone around the area spoke Saxon, Teufelsmoor was once Doffesmoor, which doesn't quite mean the same thing as it does now. The moor part is very much the same, but the Doffes literally means less fertile or dead, which was basically the locals' way of saying that because of the thick peat that made up and surrounded the bog, nothing could grow there. So the dead moor became the Devil's Moor. But either way, the women who unwillingly found themselves there during the 1980s probably thought that they really had encountered the devil. On October 30th, 1981, Britta Schilling was on her way home. She was only 18 years old at the time and was on her way back from a disco in Bremen when she heard a car behind her on the road. It was the 80s, and just like the rest of the world, the roads and streets of Germany were no strangers to hitchhikers, so no one could have been that surprised when Britta struck her thumb out and asked for a lift. But unlike many before or after her, Britta never made it home that night. She was found on November 6th, naked, assaulted, her body showing visible signs of torture, and dumped in the Devil's Moor. She had been stabbed about 27 times, one of those wounds leading to her death. Her discovery was a shock both to her family and the towns that surrounded the Devil's Moor, but no one thought that there would be more victims like her to come. Many believed that Britta's assault and death had been a one-off incident, and though her story was tragic for the communities around Devil's Moor, life went on. Only 3 days after Britta had been discovered, another hitchhiker was out on the streets of Bremen looking for a lift. This time it was a 17-year-old girl, not out in the middle of the night after a disco, but in the middle of the day and on her way home from school. She heard a car on the road behind her and stuck out her thumb, just like Britta had only a week or so before, and the car stopped. Inside was a young man, handsome and kind-looking, and when the girl asked him for a ride, he agreed to take her. The schoolgirl got in, probably thanking her luck that she'd managed to find a lift home, but the man took her out to Devil's Moor, where he showed her his true colours. The driver stripped the girl and he assaulted her, leaving her deep in the marsh without her clothes and taking them with him when he left. The girl was alive, but it was November and she was left out in the wind and the cold of the moors, trying to piece together what had just happened to her. It's not exactly clear why the driver left her alive, or why he decided to throw her clothes out of the car as he drove away. Maybe some part of him felt sorry for seeing a young girl left like that, or maybe he had his fill of murder from killing Britta, but the driver did toss the girl's clothes back out onto the road. He scattered them around as he drove, making sure that she wouldn't be able to collect them all in one go, and that meant that he was long gone by the time the young girl had her clothes back and had managed to report the crime to the police. Her assault was not initially connected to Britta's. Britta had been assaulted, but she'd also been physically tortured and murdered, and the local authorities didn't think that the two cases were so similar, yet also so different, could have been carried out by the same person. But they changed their minds by December 3rd, when a 20-year-old woman came into the police station to report that she had just been assaulted out in Devil's Moor. 3 similar cases in such a short period of time was enough to get the police looking at everything all over again, and they started re-examining Britta and the schoolgirl's cases, comparing them with this new one and hoping that the 3 together would bring enough evidence to the table to catch the man responsible for them. But law enforcement didn't have very much to show for it when 20-year-old Heike Schneer was reported missing in February of 1982. She hadn't shown up for her job in Bremen, and her colleagues found that strange enough to report her as missing to the police on February 9th. But it would be a while before anyone actually found out what had really happened to her. On March 24th, Heike was recovered out in Devil's Moor, dead from over 36 stab wounds. Law enforcement now knew that the mysterious driver had struck again, but news travelled slowly and hitchhiking was still a huge part of life in Bremen. On May 22nd, 18-year-old Angela Marx was on the streets looking for a ride when an now all too familiar story would play out. She was reported missing, but it would be 7 months before her clothing, handbag and skeletal remains were found on Devil's Moor. Because all they had were her bones, it was difficult to say exactly what had happened to Angela, but the investigators were certain that her death was connected to Britta and Heike's and the 2 other assault victims. And they only became more certain when 2 more teenage girls came in to report being assaulted out in Devil's Moor in July of that year. Both girls thankfully survived their ordeals, but their cases also brought more than a bit of bad news with them. As terrible as it is to say, an active killer and rapist is better for an investigation than one who's gone underground. More crimes and victims mean more clues and evidence, and it also increases the chances that the culprit will make a mistake and be caught. But after the 2 victims in July of 1982, the man who was plaguing the Devil's Moor went eerily quiet. The investigators were left with no new information, and still no idea who he was or why he was targeting female hitchhikers. In some ways, both law enforcement and locals must have sighed a sigh of relief. With no new cases for almost a year, there was a chance that the attacker had moved on, or maybe even been arrested for an unrelated crime, and the streets did seem safer. But the driver was still out there, and he reminded everyone of that in June of 1983. On June 6th, he kidnapped a 17-year-old girl at knife point, driving her out to the moor, where he forced her to perform oral sex on him. Maybe this assault was enough for him to quench his thirst, or maybe he was only getting back into the swing of things because he let this young girl live. She reported the crime to the police, bringing with her the difficult news that the killer and rapist of Devil's Moor was back at it again, and reopening the investigation into him. But Martina Volkmann wasn't as lucky. She was a 20-year-old woman trying to hitchhike from Wehr, a suburb in Bremen, to Hamburg on December 26, 1983, right after the Christmas holidays. She was found the same day, and after looking at her body, it wasn't difficult to piece together who had offered her a ride and what he had done with her after she'd gotten into his car. There were traces of semen in Martina's mouth, and she had been stabbed more than 100 times. Just what was the murderer of Devil's Moor doing? Why was he attacking these women, and why had he attacked Martina so brutally when he let others go? Even with Britta and Heike, is a long way off 100. The investigators feared that Martina's attack meant that things were only going to get worse, and they were right. Instead of going underground again, the killer waited only a couple of weeks to strike once more. On January 4th, 1984, he picked up another teenage girl and forced her to perform oral sex on him. He thankfully let her go without killing her, letting her report the crime to the police, but he struck again in February when he abducted a 20-year-old woman and did the very same thing. The woman survived, at least definitely proving that he didn't always kill his victims and he wasn't always going to be as brutal with his attacks as he was with Martina, but it did also prove something else. He'd gone almost a year before he attacked that 17-year-old girl and held her at knife point in June of 1983. Then he'd waited again and only struck in December when he'd assaulted and murdered Martina. There was always the chance that he'd had more victims in between who had either not been reported as missing or had maybe been allowed to live and simply hadn't reported their assaults to the police. But if those numbers were correct, that meant that the killer was now working on a shorter fuse. He'd attacked Martina in December, another teenager in January, and another in February, and if that pattern continued, that would mean that the investigation would be looking at a new case every month. A chilling theory to come to terms with, but it was a theory that was confirmed when an 18-year-old girl stumbled into the police station in March with an all too familiar, terrible story to tell. The police must have listened with heavy hearts when the girl explained that she'd been picked up by a man in a car and taken out to Devil's Moor,
But things must have gotten only more difficult to listen to when the young woman went on to say that the man had told her that he was going to have sex with her. But it was after that the young woman's story took an unexpected turn. The young woman had agreed to have sex with the driver, only asking for a cigarette to calm her nerves before they got started. The driver agreed, giving the young woman time to take out and light a cigarette as he sat in the car beside her and waited. Who can say what must have been going through that young woman's mind, and I'm sure not many of us can say that we would have had the courage to do the same thing that she did. But she took that lit cigarette and smashed it into the driver's face, catching him off guard and buying herself some time to get out of the car and start running. And who can say why the driver didn't get out of the car and start chasing her, or why he didn't start his car and drive her down? But he didn't. Maybe it was another twist of fate, or maybe he simply hadn't expected anyone to fight back. But he started his car and he took off in another direction, letting the girl live. In another collected moment of courage, the girl turned around, watching the car drive off and making sure she'd memorized the license plate, and then she went back into town and gave it to the police. An investigation that lasted years by this point was solved when an 18-year-old girl handed the police the culprit's license plate on a silver platter, and they were able to trace it back to a man named Thomas Rath. Thomas was only 24 years old himself, and he was a non-commissioned officer in the West German army, someone who certainly should have been able to keep his cool under interrogation, but the investigators had him only for a short amount of time before he confessed to everything. The murderer and rapist of Devil's Moor finally had a face and a name, and this time he wasn't getting away, only to strike again later. He was taken to court and sentenced to life imprisonment on April 28th of 1985, almost 4 full years after all of this had first started. Even after all of that, his motives for committing his crimes are still somewhat up for debate, but a provision was made to his sentence that required him to receive psychiatric therapy whilst he was in prison, at least implying that the court system believed that there was something psychologically wrong with him. But with a crime spree as brutal as his, that wasn't so hard for any of us to piece together by ourselves. In the mid-1970s, 2 members of the United States Army met whilst they were stationed in California. They were Donald Occhi and Vicky Felton, and before anyone knew it, the 2 of them were married. By 1979, they'd started their own family together when their child was born in Honolulu, Hawaii, a blonde-haired, green-eyed baby girl. Leigh Marine Occhi was that first step of what would have been a bright and happy family life together for the Occhis, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. In 1981, just 2 years after Leigh was born, Donald and Vicky filed for divorce and parted ways. Vicky left the army, but Donald stayed. He also stayed in constant contact with Vicky, and especially his daughter, and when he was stationed in Germany, Leigh would often go out to visit him there. But by 1992, things had settled down a bit more, and the family were closer together. Donald was back in the United States and had moved to Virginia, and by then, Vicky and Leigh had been living in Tupelo, Mississippi for quite some time. Vicky had found work at a manufacturing company, and Leigh had turned into a fun-loving 13-year-old who spent a lot of time riding horses and looking after them at the local stables. But the summer of 1992 was marked by dangerous times. Hurricane Andrew threatened many cities and states across America, and Tupelo was no exception. Those at the Occhi household tried to carry on as normal, with the weight of the storm front weighing over them, but to what must have been to their relief, it looked like Hurricane Andrew would mainly pass them by. On August 27th, Vicky made the call to go into work that day, leaving Leigh on her own in the house unsupervised for the very first time. It wasn't going to be for long. Vicky's parents were dropping by later that day to pick her up and take her on an open day at a middle school Leigh was thinking of attending in the fall, but things quickly took a turn. When Vicky arrived at work a little after 8 a.m, news about a severe rain front heading their way came in, and she called home to check in. She wanted to make sure that Leigh was okay and that she stayed safe until Vicky's parents arrived later that day, but rather oddly, Leigh didn't answer the phone. This didn't sit well with Vicky, and the thought of leaving Leigh on her own in a severe weather storm got the better of her. Only about 20 or 30 minutes later, after Vicky had left home, she was on her way back to check in on her daughter. When Vicky pulled up the driveway to their home, she immediately noticed something strange. The garage door was open, and the light inside it was on, something that was incredibly unusual, seeing as Vicky was the only one in the household to drive, and she knew that the door had been locked and closed when she had left the house less than an hour before. But what could have possibly happened in a mere 60 minutes? Most of us would automatically assume not much, but when Vicky went into her home that morning, she got a totally different answer. The first thing she saw was a strip of blood smeared into the wall, and her heart sank. In her own words, she then, quote, started calling for Leigh and going through all the rooms. Then I went into her bedroom. Her favourite blanket was crumpled up on the floor, and I was very scared. When she realised that Leigh wasn't anywhere in the house, Vicky contacted the police, the call coming in at around 9 a.m, about an hour after Vicky had first tried to contact Leigh. Law enforcement rushed to the scene, finding trails of blood throughout the house and pools of blood in Leigh's bedroom, but very little else. The house showed no signs of forced entry, and blood evidence found in the bathroom indicated that Leigh's assailant had attempted to clean up the scene before leaving. But where had they gone, and where had they taken Leigh? A team of bloodhounds scoured the house and the area, but once they made it to the driveway of the home, they lost track of Leigh's scent. It is possible that this meant that the assailant had forced Leigh into their car and had driven her away, but it was also possible that the rain front that had swept in had simply washed away Leigh's trail. With very little else to work with, law enforcement pulled apart the crime scene. They found Leigh's nightgown, strangely enough, in the dirty laundry basket. Blood spatter left on the dress suggested that Leigh had been wearing it when she'd been attacked, and either her throat or her face had been cut. It was difficult to say more than that, or even how severe the cut had been, only that the way the blood had fallen onto her clothes suggested that the wound had been inflicted above the neckline of her dress. According to Vicky, several of Leigh's items were also missing from the home, including a fresh set of clothes, her shoes, her glasses, and a sleeping bag. But did that mean that Leigh was alive when she left the house that day? Donald, her father, doesn't think so. He believes that his daughter was already dead by the time Vicky called him to tell him that she was missing. According to Donald, Vicky didn't even tell him about the blood that had been found at the scene until days had passed, pretty much on the day that he arrived in Tupelo to help with the searches himself. In a later interview with the press, he said, quote, "My theory is that some bastard beat that child to death in that house." And if the local rumours were anything to go by, Donald knew who the culprit was. Up until very recently, Vicky had been married to a man named Barney Yarborough, but she had only just left him when Leigh suddenly went missing. Locals pointed the finger at both Barney and Vicky, many of them saying that Barney had been physically abusing Leigh, and possibly more than that. Donald claimed several locals approached him, telling him to take the claims of abuse very seriously, and even quoting a time when Leigh had reportedly shown up to school covered in bruises. The investigators also looked into the incident of Leigh and her bruises, but they uncovered another version of events where Leigh claimed to have gotten the bruises whilst horseback riding. They still asked Barney to come in for questioning, and he was able to give them an incredibly solid alibi. Whether it would stand up in court or not, he also passed a polygraph test and was ultimately dropped as a potential suspect in Leigh's disappearance. But if Barney hadn't taken Leigh, or harmed her, was it still possible that Vicky had something to do with her daughter's disappearance? Suspicions towards Vicky grew weaker when on September 9th, a package addressed to Barney arrived at the household, and inside it was something that seemed to bring the investigators both closer and somehow further away to finding Leigh. Inside the package were Leigh's glasses, giving everyone hope that Leigh was still alive and that they would find her, but whoever had packaged this particular parcel had been very careful. There were no traces of DNA anywhere on the envelope, including the stamp, which had been dampened with water and not licked before it had been put on the parcel. And then the package only made Leigh's case even more confusing. There was no note, no mention of a ransom, or any information on how to contact the person who had sent her glasses. And almost unbelievably, this package turned into a huge dead end. No one could even say for sure if Leigh was still alive, or if this package had been the kidnapper's way of saying that she was dead. And with that, Leigh's case came to a screeching halt. That was until November 9th of 1993, just over a year after Occhi had disappeared. A farmer tilling a soybean field in Monroe County uncovered a human skull, and a heartbreaking connection was made. Dental records seemingly confirmed that the skull belonged to Leigh Occhi, and her case went from being a kidnapping to a murder. That was until several days later when the records were checked again, and Leigh's case took another unbelievable twist. The first identification had been a mistake. The skull didn't belong to Leigh, but to a woman called Pollyanna Sue Keith, who'd gone missing a year prior. So if Leigh wasn't in that field, then where was she? Suspicions came around full circle, and Vicky found herself back in the hot seat. Both local law enforcement and the FBI wanted to know why she had decided to go back home after only being in the office for just a few minutes, and Vicky couldn't give them a good enough answer to have herself officially removed from being a person of interest in this case. She also failed 3 lie detector tests conducted by local law enforcement and the FBI. Donald hasn't come out to say that he believes that Vicky is directly responsible for Leigh Occhi's disappearance, but he did say in an interview with the press that he believes that she knows more. When talking about the investigation, he said, quote, I had my concerns. I don't think they had dealt with someone with Vicky's intelligence before. She was a trained interrogator. She knew how to act regarding questioning. Donald based his opinion on Vicky's extensive training as an interrogator for the US Army, and that he doesn't believe that there would have been enough time between Vicky arriving at work and then coming back home for the kidnapper to do everything that they did in the house without getting caught. Donald believes that it is far more likely that Leigh died the night before, and that the following day was spent framing an inaccurate timeline to throw the investigators off the perpetrator's scent. Vicky, of course, denies any involvement in her daughter's disappearance. Instead, she pointed the finger at someone else very closely tied to Leigh and her family, and Vicky does make a few good points. Oscar McKinley Cairns, otherwise known as Mike, was a teacher at Holy Trinity Lutheran Church, where both Vicky and Leigh went to every Sunday. He also had horses in the same stables that Leigh frequented, and allegedly asked Leigh to go out riding with him a couple of times. But why would any of that make Vicky suspicious about him, aside from him asking a young girl to go out with him on her own? Only 9 months after Leigh had disappeared, Mike kidnapped a teenage girl, around the same age as Leigh, from the very same church that they all attended. He then took her out to Memphis, Tennessee, where he sexually assaulted her. He did bring her back home, which is how he was actually caught, but there is, unfortunately, more to the story. Vicky accused Mike of kidnapping Leigh. She said because there had been no signs of forced entry at the Occhi home, Leigh would have been more than happy to allow someone she knew into the home. She knew Mike. But the truth is, there was little to no physical evidence to tie him to the crime scene. He was only charged with the kidnapping and assault of the other teenage girl. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison, but he only got 4. Only to strike again. In 1999, he attacked a married couple where he assaulted and sexually assaulted the woman in front of her partner, and he was caught once again. This time he was sentenced to 20 years behind bars, but during that time he refused to speak with the investigators and the FBI about Leigh Occhi or anything regarding her case. If he really did know anything about it, it will unfortunately be very difficult to tie anything to him now. He died in 2021, maybe having nothing to do with Leigh or her disappearance, maybe being the only one responsible for it, and taking his secrets with him to the grave. During the winter of 1964, a 14-year-old girl named Pamela Mason posted an advertisement on a local laundry bulletin board offering her services as a babysitter, a job which is popular amongst many young teenagers. After receiving a call from a man on January 13th asking if Pamela could babysit his child, her mother agreed to let the man pick her up, but only if his wife accompanied him. As agreed, the man picked Pamela up, but rather oddly, she did not return home. Her parents naturally became worried and extremely concerned, and tried to contact the man who had requested Pamela's presence at his home, but upon calling the number and investigating the address he gave, her parents found it belonged to an elderly couple who had nothing to do with this man. After 8 worrisome days had passed, a truck driver stumbled upon Pamela's purse and school books in a snowbank by Interstate Route 93 in Manchester, New Hampshire. Upon further investigations, the driver found Pamela's lifeless body nearby. It was determined by the medical examiner that she had been sexually assaulted, stabbed, and fatally shot with a .22 caliber weapon. Following the discovery of Pamela's body, authorities launched an investigation and discovered that it bore several similarities to the unsolved death of Sandra Vladi in 1960, who had been found a mere 2 miles away from where Pamela was discovered. Sandra Vladi was an 18-year-old secretary and coil winder for a Manchester-based factory, who embarked on a routine itinerary on February 1st of 1960. Her schedule consisted of a visit to the local library, a swimming class at the YMCA, and a trip to the cinema. After the film had ended, Sandra boarded a bus back home, despite heavy snowfall. However, she never arrived. At approximately 9:14 p.m, she was seen exiting the bus and began walking the remainder 1 mile distance back to her house, but sadly, she never made it home. Her parents, Charles and Irene, were immediately concerned, as Sandra was a responsible young woman. They were worried that she had perhaps taken a car ride with a stranger and had come to harm. The following day, some of Vladi's belongings were discovered in a nearby canal, including her bag, coat, wallet, and one of her boots. 9 days later, her body, surrounded in a pool of her own blood, was found in a snowbank. It was later determined that she, like Pamela, had been sexually assaulted, brutally beaten, slashed, and then shot 4 times, once again with a .22 caliber gun. Despite the authorities' investigations, few leads were obtained, and the case eventually went cold. Following Pamela's murder in 1964, a 54-year-old woman named Rena Paquette, a resident of Hooksett, New Hampshire, told the police that she had important information regarding the perpetrator of the crime, but authorities gave her the cold shoulder and didn't investigate any further, for reasons unclear. Rena confided in her family regarding unsettling phone calls that she had been receiving from a French-speaking woman regarding the murder of Pamela Mason, with the caller repeatedly telling Rena to search her farm's pigsty for evidence related to the crime. On the cold morning of February 3rd of 1964, Rena's 13-year-old son, Danny Paquette, awoke as usual and went downstairs for breakfast, only to discover that his mother was nowhere to be seen. By this time, his father and his siblings had already left for work and for school, but that morning, Danny was due to go to the hospital for an appointment, but he had overslept, and his mother, rather uncharacteristically, had failed to wake him. Concerned for his mother's welfare, Danny contacted his uncle, who was a police officer, and together they scoured the entire farmstead for any signs of Rena. They grew increasingly worried after discovering that she had left behind her winter clothing, something which she wouldn't have done in such a snowy, wintry day. After searching in deep snow for over an hour, Danny noticed smoke emanating from their barn, which was located approximately 1 mile from the farmhouse. Upon investigating, Danny and his uncle discovered Rena's charred remains in the barn's pigsty, rather chillingly in the exact same place where the unknown Frenchwoman claimed to have told Rena was where evidence related to the murder of Pamela Mason was. Rena appeared to have been lured to her death simply through her own curiosity. Despite the Paquette family's belief that Rena was murdered by the same individual who had killed Pamela and Sandra, the police ruled her death as a a suicide. This was despite several details not adding up, including the fact that a couple of logs had been leaning against the barn door from the inside. How this happened is unclear. Was a third party involved in Rena's death, or did she do this herself? It seems unlikely, though not impossible. During their investigations, authorities began interviewing individuals who owned .22 firearms. One such person was a 27-year-old delivery man by the name of Edward Coolidge, who had previously been questioned in regard to Sandra Valady's case. During the interrogation, Coolidge revealed that he had become stuck in the snow with his vehicle on Route 93 on the night Pamela disappeared. A nearby couple aided him in freeing the vehicle from the snowdrift. However, their accounts of the events that night conflicted with Coolidge's timeline, and this placed them closer to the location where Pamela's body was later found. Upon investigating Coolidge's vehicle, investigators discovered several weapons, including his Mossberg rifle, which was .22 caliber. Gunpowder particles were also found in his vehicle during this search. After ballistics testing was conducted, it was also determined that the Mossberg rifle was the same weapon that had been used to kill Pamela. Additionally, microscopic analysis revealed that clothing from Coolidge's home had come into contact with Pamela's body, and her hair was found on the garments. Subsequently, on February 19th, Coolidge was arrested and charged with the murder of Pamela Mason. At his trial in May of 1965, witnesses recounted that he had provided 3 differing accounts of his whereabouts on the night of the murder. Coolidge had claimed that 4 men could testify for his alibi for that night. However, they all refuted his account. Ballistics testing revealed that his rifle was utilised in the murders of both Pamela and Sandra. Coolidge argued that he had actually won the rifle in a competition in 1961, after Sandra was killed. However, the prosecution refuted this claim by highlighting that the firearms lacked serial numbers, meaning that Coolidge could have technically owned 2 different rifles. Ultimately, Coolidge was found guilty of Pamela's murder. However, the Attorney General dropped the charges against him in regards to Sandra's case in August of 1965. Coolidge was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment, though his sentence was reduced due to a legal technicality. In 1971, Coolidge filed an appeal for his conviction. The US Supreme Court concluded that the search of his vehicle had been authorised by a warrant signed by the Attorney General, who subsequently became the prosecutor for the trial. The court determined that a neutral individual should have signed the warrant, and subsequently ordered a new trial for Coolidge. Nevertheless, before the new trial could commence, Coolidge pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. Consequently, he was sentenced to serve between 25 and 40 years in prison. Coolidge was granted parole in March of 1991 after serving his sentence. The following year, Rena Paquette's body was exhumed, and the ruling of her death was changed from suicide to undetermined. The medical examiner suggested that homicide could not be ruled out in Rena's case. During the exhumation, an employee for the medical examiner's office discovered the original autopsy report, which indicated that semen was found on Rena's body, and her arms appeared to have been restrained. Additionally, logs were placed outside the barn door, as previously mentioned, preventing it from being opened from the inside. A retired police officer disclosed that he and other investigators did not believe Rena's death was a suicide when they conducted their initial investigation in 1964. However, rather oddly, they were instructed to abandon their suspicions of murder for reasons unknown. Whether Coolidge was ultimately responsible for Rena's death remains a mystery, as it was not investigated any further, and no further testing was done on her remains. Coolidge himself was also under constant police surveillance around that time, so for him to have committed a murder during this period would have been near impossible. But as many of us know in complex criminal cases such as these, anything is possible. Rena's death had a profound impact on her young son, Danny. As he navigated his way through his adolescence and childhood, he found solace in his relationship with his brother, Victor. However, despite stable jobs as a sergeant in the US Army in Vietnam, and as a mechanic and expert welder following his return home, he faced numerous challenges in his personal life, including a troubled marriage that ended in divorce in 1981, and a bitter legal battle in regards to the custody of his children, which unfortunately he lost. Frustrated by his inability to see his daughters, 2 biological and 1 adopted, he went to his ex-wife Denise Messier's home in the summer of that same year and demanded access to his children, prompting her to call the police. Danny was subsequently arrested for this breach and a restraining order was taken out against him. Denise and her daughters subsequently moved away and they never saw Danny again. Danny was sent to a psychiatric facility following this outburst, during which he revealed under hypnosis that he had witnessed his mother arguing with a delivery man on the day that she was killed. He identified the man as Edward Coolidge, the convicted killer of Pamela Mason, but despite this potentially crucial information coming to light, Rena's case was still not reopened. After 5 months in the hospital, Danny was released, determined to turn his life around. This was when he started his own welding business and got himself a new girlfriend. However, her sons did not approve of him. On November 9th, 1985, at approximately 11 a.m, while repairing a damaged bulldozer with 2 friends in his garage, 35-year-old Danny Paquette was shot in the back, the bullet going straight through into his chest, instantly killing him, his body then collapsing to the ground. His 2 friends didn't hear any clear gunshots, but they did hear a loud pop, and only realised that something was wrong when they found Danny covered in blood on the floor. Initially, they thought he had been electrocuted by the tools he was using, but after noticing the gunshot wound, they realised that this was not the case. An ambulance was called, but unfortunately, Danny was dead upon arrival at the hospital. Police did discover footprints near to the site of the murder, which they believed belonged to the perpetrator who had fled the scene, but other than this, there really wasn't much else to go on. Since hunting season had begun the day before, the initial police responders assumed that Danny had been accidentally hit by a stray bullet from a hunter in the woods beside his house, but this theory was later quashed, as the distance between the gravel pit used by the hunters and Danny himself was blocked by various obstacles, making it impossible for hunters to have accidentally shot him. The New Hampshire State Police took over the investigation as mandated by law, but despite their search of the scene, the bullet that had pierced Danny's heart was not found, at least not immediately. The autopsy failed to uncover the bullet, which determined that it had passed through his back and chest, this indicating that Danny had indeed died instantly. A few days later, a telephone maintenance worker discovered the bullet lodged in a telephone line. The police deduced that the shot was not accidental and that only an expert marksman could have made such a shot. However, the identity of the shooter and their motive remained somewhat of a mystery. Following Danny's death, many of his relatives and friends believed that whoever had killed him had also been the perpetrator or perpetrators responsible for his mother's death 22 years prior. They firmly believed that both Rena and Danny had information regarding the murders of both Pamela Mason and Sandra Bolade, and whoever killed them did so to silence them. But authorities weren't convinced that the two deaths were indeed related. In 1992, Danny's family members appeared on a TV program in New Hampshire to discuss his case, hoping for anyone with any information to come forward. But following the show's airing, the Paquette family received 2 anonymous letters naming Eric Windhurst as the person who had killed Danny. Police looked into these claims, but couldn't verify the legitimacy of the letters. In 2004, the case was reopened and investigators had received more tips pointing towards Eric Windhurst as Danny's killer. One of the tips was actually from Eric's former girlfriend and from a former high school friend. On December 14th of 2005, Eric was arrested and subsequently charged with the murder of Danny Paquette. Eric, an experienced hunter, was just 17 years old when he committed the crime and had been close friends with Danny's 15-year-old stepdaughter, Melanie, at the time. She had moved to Hopkinton, 15 miles away from Danny's home in Hooksett, and this was where the pair met. Some sources say that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, others say they were close friends. But regardless, when both were questioned regarding what had happened, the two claimed that they were at a field hockey game at the time of Danny's murder. However, when Melanie was re-interviewed in 2004, she admitted to having been with Eric when he killed her stepfather. On the night of the murder, according to Melanie, she and Eric travelled from Hopkinton to Hooksett in Eric's Volkswagen. Upon arriving, Melanie helped guide Eric towards a dirt road situated behind the old family residence. In the back seat of the car was a Ruger 77 rifle belonging to Windhurst's father. Eric exited the car with the gun in his hand, hid in the tree line across the field behind the house, and observed Danny's every move as he worked on the tractor in the garage. Eric had to be extremely cautious, as Danny's 2 friends were nearby, and Eric didn't want to be seen, nor did he want to shoot the wrong person. He took the shot, killing Danny, then scrambled back into his vehicle and drove away. Many questioned the pair's motives behind such a brutal attack, and when questioned by police, Melanie seems to have an answer. She told authorities that Danny had allegedly sexually abused her as a child, and when she confided in Eric about this, he decided to kill Danny. Whether this abuse was ever proven remains unknown, though a report was allegedly filed to the Department of Health and Human Services about it. It was alleged, however, that Danny's stepdaughter simply disliked him harassing her mother and wanted him out of the picture following their very messy divorce. But again, this is only speculation. We don't truly know the facts behind the motive for Danny's murder. We can only take Melanie's word for it, which isn't enough to prove the fact. According to various reports, Eric had only recently learned of similar abuse within his own family circle, which many believed helped fuel his rage against Danny. Within Eric's own family, however, most actually knew that he was the one who killed Danny Paquette, but they said nothing about it. It's unknown if any were later charged with perverting the course of justice in this case. Eric Windhurst pled guilty and was convicted of second-degree murder in August of 2006 and was sentenced to a prison term of 15 to 36 years behind bars. In December of that same year, Melanie was sentenced to 3 years behind bars for obstructing the investigation into Danny's murder, though she insisted that she never asked Eric to kill him, nor did she point him out to him that night. However, the judge simply did not believe her. Melanie was released from prison after serving just 15 months. Eric later filed a request to reduce his sentence in 2016, which was denied. He was eventually granted parole in October of 2020 and was released from prison in December. Ultimately, Danny Paquette's killer was caught and punished accordingly for his crimes. However, the same could not be said for Sandra Vladi, whose family never got justice. Justice also failed to be served in regards to Danny's mother, Rena, whose killer has never been caught. The Paquettes still believe that Edward Coolidge was the person responsible for Rena's death, but it has never been proven. Though some truths could be laid to rest, many questions still remain unanswered. The conviction of Eric Windhurst, however, did confirm one thing for the Paquette family. Whoever killed Rena was not the same person who had killed Danny. Her killer has never been found nor brought to justice.
Rebecca, otherwise known as Becky Reusch, was born in Germany on September the 21st, 2003, and lived with her parents in Germany's capital city of Berlin. She went to school, spent time online talking with friends, and she had big dreams of becoming either a stewardess or a model when she was finally finished at school. But in those last cold months of winter 2019, Rebecca and her family's lives were all flipped upside down, and Rebecca went from being your everyday average teenage girl to being a household name all across Germany. It all started when Rebecca headed over to her sister's house on February the 17th. Rebecca's sister, Jessica, lived in the Brits district of Berlin with her husband, Florian, and their 2-year-old daughter, and Rebecca was joining them to spend some time with the family. It was a school night. Both Rebecca and Jessica had to be up early the next morning, so they spent a quiet evening in before Jessica went to bed and Rebecca headed to the couch to sleep. Jessica was up and out of the house to drop her daughter off at daycare and then headed to work by 7 the following morning. Rebecca was supposedly still asleep on the couch at the time, but according to Florian's later statement, Rebecca was already long gone by then. Florian had been out all the night before, and supposedly hadn't spent any time with Rebecca that night at all. According to his own statement, he'd come back in the early hours of the morning and headed straight to bed, but there was some point that morning when he decided to reach out to Rebecca. Florian said that he knew Rebecca had school the following morning and he didn't want her to miss it. At 7:15 on the morning of the 18th, he allegedly got out of bed and headed to the living room to make sure that Rebecca was up and getting ready to head to school, but to his surprise, he found the room empty. Thinking that this meant that Rebecca had either left with or around the same time as Jessica, Florian didn't go looking for Rebecca and practically forgot the whole thing. That was until his mother-in-law called him later that morning and asked if he knew where Rebecca was. Rebecca's mother had been trying to get in contact with her daughter all morning. She'd first called Rebecca before 7:15 a.m, but Rebecca's phone had been switched off and the call hadn't gone through. Her mother had then sent her a message through WhatsApp, which was delivered to Rebecca's phone around 8:40 that morning, but wasn't read. Things then got more serious when Rebecca didn't show up for school when it started at 9:50 later that morning, and both of her parents reported their daughter as missing. The police immediately took Rebecca's disappearance seriously and sprang into action. While teams were combing the neighbourhoods and looking anywhere they could think that a teenage girl would run off to, others were back at the place where Rebecca had last been seen alive, her sister's home. Florian stuck with his story that Rebecca had already left the house by the time he checked on her at around 7:15 that morning, but data records later showed that Rebecca's phone had been connected on and off to the Wi-Fi in the house between the hours of 6 a.m. and 8 a.m, with the last connection coming in closer to 8 a.m. This meant that either Rebecca had really left the house, like Florian had said, but had also left her phone behind, or something about Florian's timeline wasn't quite adding up. Investigators searched the property, looking for the missing link between Florian's statement and the data they already had, but what they found only made Florian's version of events look shadier and shadier. Most of Rebecca's clothes were missing. So was her phone, her wallet, her handbag, backpack, and her camera, meaning that Rebecca hadn't left her phone behind for it to connect to the Wi-Fi in the house later than Florian remembers noticing that Rebecca was gone after all. But there was something else that made the investigators worry that they were only getting further from the truth. Also missing from the house itself was a large purple blanket, fibres of which were later found in the boot of Florian's car. This and the contradictions between Florian's statements and the evidence were enough for the police to arrest him. They had already discovered that Florian had been online during the early morning hours when he'd come home from the party and had supposedly been asleep, but the police had heard something that made them even more concerned for Rebecca's safety, and they wanted to act on it sooner rather than later. They'd found out that Florian had made 2 trips, one on the morning of the 18th of February when Rebecca went missing, and the other on the evening of the 19th. Both of these trips took Florian east towards Poland. Florian has never given an explanation for these trips to remove suspicion from him or telling of his motivations for needing to travel at all, that way when his sister-in-law was missing. In fact, a later interview given to the press by Rebecca's father, Baird, only added fuel to the fire and landed Florian in the hot seat yet again. When asked about Florian's trips towards Poland, Baird said, "The whole thing is connected to something else that I am not allowed to talk about." And the thing that Baird may or may not have been allowed to talk about were in the growing rumours and speculation that Florian had been involved in the drug business in Poland. This theory has continued to grow in momentum, especially with online and sofa sleuths determined to bring an end to this case. But so far, aside from rumours and speculation, there has been little to no evidence to prove that Florian is allegedly involved in the Polish drug world. That may be expected in a case like this, when there's very little to go off of, but perhaps the most surprising part of all of this, and the part that damages the theory that Florian actually had something to do with Rebecca's disappearance, is that Rebecca's family have stood by him during the entire course of the investigation. He's even still represented by their family lawyer, but that doesn't mean that others believe his story as much as Rebecca's family seem to. A week after Rebecca was reported missing, the Homicide Commission took over the investigation, making it very clear that the official stance of the police was that they wouldn't be bringing Rebecca home alive. The initial inconsistencies in his statements were enough for Florian to be arrested, but he was released again on March the 1st, 2019. He was re-arrested again on the 4th of March with the discovery of the blanket fibres and Rebecca's hair in the boot of the car, but that was all the police had to prove that Florian had done anything to Rebecca at all. At the end of the day, the physical evidence the investigators had against him all boiled down to this. They were looking at Florian's car, which had fibres from the blanket in it, and pieces of Rebecca's hair, which could have innocently come from putting her things in the boot, and that was that. The police were forced to release Florian again on the 22nd of March, but he has remained the prime suspect in her disappearance in the years that have followed. In a later statement in 2020, a full year after Rebecca had gone missing, the prosecutor's office said, "We continue to operate under the assumption that Rebecca did not leave her brother-in-law's house alive. All alternative explanations can be ruled out after our investigation. There is absolutely no evidence that she left the area of the house of her own volition." But this firm and unyielding stance on behalf of the investigators is exactly the reason why some people believe that Rebecca hasn't been found yet. According to people who knew Rebecca, she was very close to a boy her own age online, and there was a possibility that she had run away to be with him. This boy was later traced and questioned and cleared of any involvement in her disappearance, but a relative of Rebecca's reported seeing her waiting on the side of a road the same morning that Rebecca went missing. This claim was further substantiated by later alleged sightings of Rebecca in places like Krakow, Poland, and others from an island in Spain. This has led some people to believe that Rebecca voluntarily ran away from home, perhaps to start a new life or maybe to be with someone she met online, but the police are unconvinced. They investigated these sightings and supposedly didn't find any traces of Rebecca. This was enough for some people to give up on the idea, but some of Rebecca's family members claim that the police didn't investigate these sightings thoroughly enough. They continue to say that the police aren't taking Rebecca's case seriously because they're still operating under the assumption that something has already happened to Rebecca and not entertaining the theory that she is actually alive out there somewhere, just waiting to be found. As of June 2023, there has been little movement in Rebecca's case since Florian was last released, but the police continue to investigate and are asking the public to come forward with any leads or information they may have that could lead them to bringing the teenage girl home to her family, who have been desperately searching for her and have continued to hold out hope that she will come home alive and well.
Both Austin Stephanos and Perry Cohen were 14 years old and became good friends. Austin Stephanos was born on December 1st, 2000, to parents Carly Black and William Blue Stephanos, and lived with them alongside his two younger brothers in Jupiter, Tequesta, Florida. Perry Cohen was born on January 30th, 2001, to Pamela and Philip Cohen, who divorced when he was a child. Perry lived with his mother and stepfather and his two sisters, and like Austin, resided in Jupiter, Florida. Cohen grew up on the water and was an avid fisherman, not to mention a strong swimmer. Stephanos was also passionate about fishing, and the two spent much of their time together taking fishing trips, diving, and swimming. They even worked at the same tackle shop, so they knew each other very well. On the morning of July 24th, 2015, Austin and Perry decided to go fishing, something which they did often. They met the previous night to confirm their plans at Stephanos' home, where both boys stayed the night. The teens often went to an area not too far offshore to catch fish, and this trip seemed to be as routine as any other. The pair boarded Austin's white Seacraft Centre Consul vessel, which was docked in the Jupiter Island Marina Inlet, after having visited the Jib Yacht Club and Marina, where they spent approximately $100 on gas. At approximately 11:25 a.m, the boys left the marina and set sail. Austin had operated the boat, which belonged to his mother, about 20 times by this point, so he was confident at operating the vessel and knew the safety protocols. For the duration of the trip, the boys kept in contact with their family members through Austin's iPhone. Perry's phone was broken at the time, so the boys agreed that he could also contact his family using Austin's phone. They sent messages to their loved ones every few hours and posted about their trip on various social media platforms, mainly Snapchat and Instagram. According to various sources, Perry sent a message to one of his friends on Instagram the day prior, which reportedly said, quote, "Me and Austin are crossing to the Bahamas tomorrow. Come with us. We wouldn't check in." It is also alleged that one of Austin's friends also spoke to him prior to the trip about visiting the Bahamas, though Austin claimed that the weather was too rough for this trip. A short while after the boys had set off on their fishing trip, at approximately 1:30 p.m, weather satellites detected fast approaching thunderstorms rolling into the Palm Beach area that warned of heavy rain and strong winds reaching 40 miles per hour, which would undoubtedly affect Austin and Perry's voyage. The thunderstorm raged on for approximately an hour and a half, following which Austin nor Perry were ever heard from again. Austin's phone disconnected from the internet at approximately 1:15 p.m. when the storms hit, with his final social media post being posted to Snapchat, showing both boys on the boat with fishing poles and the quote, "Peace out, Jup." Acquaintances claimed that this meant that Austin and Perry were headed to the Bahamas. Another friend claimed that Austin had posted another video to his Snapchat account that day which showed the looming thunderstorm, with Austin saying, "We're fucked." At 5 p.m. that evening, when Austin and Perry failed to return to the marina, their parents reported them as missing, and the Coast Guard began searching for them, using all they could at their disposal, including boats and various aircraft. Various other authorities were alerted of the situation and brought in to help, including the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, and both DeQuesta and Jupiter Police Departments. The search was also conducted by volunteers who scoured the shorelines and beaches for any sign of debris. A fund was created online to help pay for private efforts in searching for the two boys. 2 days later, on July 26th at around 2 p.m, the US Coast Guard, who were in the air, sighted Austin's boat, capsized and floating offshore in a northern direction, approximately 65 miles off the coast of Daytona Beach. The Coast Guard tried to secure the vessel, but couldn't due to the adverse weather conditions. The same thing happened again months later in September, when the boat was sighted, but once again could not be recovered. The official search and rescue operation ended on July 31st of 2015, having failed to locate and secure the boat, nor locate the missing boys. The boat was eventually recovered around 100 miles from Bermuda on the 18th of March 2016, hauled aboard by a Norwegian freighter who then transported the wreckage and its contents to Norway before transporting it back to Florida. Though many believe that the boys fell victim to the violent storms that occurred on the day they vanished, it should be noted that upon recovery of the fishing vessel, it was discovered that the key was in the ignition, turned off, and the battery was also switched off. The battery being switched off was incredibly strange, as it's very difficult to locate and is near impossible to switch off by accident. Because of this, some believe that foul play was involved, but there was no other evidence on board to suggest any sort of crime had occurred. Aboard the vessel, various items belonging to Austin and Perry were found, including various fishing tackle and Austin's iPhone, which had been badly damaged and exposed to the elements of the Atlantic Ocean for months by this time. Some items were missing from the boat, however, including a white Yeti cooler and some life jackets. The items that were found were all returned to the Stephanos and Cohen families, including the iPhone, which was given back to Austin's family. In 2016, the Cohens filed a lawsuit against the Stephanos family in regards to the iPhone having been returned to them without the Cohens being allowed to access the contents. They feared that the Stephanos family would potentially taint any evidence on it, so they wanted the iPhone to be examined by specialists who could potentially find any data or clues during their forensic analysis, which could help establish the whereabouts of the boys and the events leading up to and following their sons' disappearances, without destroying any evidence. The judge refused to turn the phone over to the Cohens, however granted the motion for the phone data to be analysed by technical experts at Apple. However, unfortunately, they were unable to extract any data, most likely due to the water damage that the phone had sustained over the months it had been at sea. Sadly, following the devastating disappearances of both Austin and Perry, the Stephanos and Cohen families, who were once close, descended into conflict with one another. It was known that Perry's family didn't want him to go out on a fishing vessel without an adult present, something which Austin's family were aware of. That day, of course, it was solely the two schoolboys. Because of this, Perry's mother filed a wrongful death suit against Austin's parents, his stepfather and his grandfather, alleging that their negligence led to Perry's death. The vessel which they were aboard was not seaworthy, nor were there any communication devices on board, such as a radio or GPS, which could have been used if they found themselves in trouble. Austin's father, Blue, had specific charges laid against him in regard to hindering the search due to looking for the boys himself before calling the authorities, delaying official proceedings. However, the Palm Beach County Court judge ruled that he was not liable in regard to the disappearance of his son and Perry Cohen. The judge did not believe that Blue's search increased any risk of harm to the boys, and the risks they faced were due to adverse weather conditions at sea. Both families set up foundations in memory of their sons. The Perry J. Cohen Foundation, which has donated to local organisations and schools and devotes itself to the arts, environmental, marine and wildlife education and preservation, teenage entrepreneurship and boat safety education. And the Austin Blue Foundation, which helps to promote safety at sea. The foundation even helped pass the Beacons Bill in Florida, which helps provide discounts for boat registration fees if they have a beacon on their vessels. Neither Austin Stephanos or Perry Cohen have ever been found, and despite the many theories as to what fate befell the two 14-year-old boys, it is presumed by most that they were lost at sea. At the time of his disappearance in July of 2015, Austin Blue Stephanos was 14 years old. He was Caucasian, standing at 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighing 115 pounds. He is described as having blonde to strawberry blonde hair with green eyes, with a birthmark on his upper arm. He was last known to be wearing a black, long-sleeved shirt, a pair of camouflage board shorts, and a gold neck chain with a cross. Perry J. Cohen was also 14 years old at the time of his disappearance. He was Caucasian, standing at 5 feet 2 inches tall, and weighing around 90 pounds. He is described as having brown hair and brown eyes, though it's unknown what distinguishing marks or features he had. It is also unknown what he was wearing on the day he disappeared. Both boys' DNA is available for comparison, but unfortunately, due to the circumstances involved, both Austin and Perry are classed as endangered missing. Following Austin and Perry's disappearances, the community of Jupiter held numerous vigils and memorials, offering whatever support and comfort they could to the families. A makeshift memorial was made by the marina, surrounded by seashells and candles. A statue was erected to honour the boys and others lost at sea, which was revealed in July of 2021, depicting a man and a woman overlooking the Jupiter Inlet, where Austin and Perry were last seen alive. Burlingame, Kansas is about as small-town America as small towns can get. Most of the 1,000 residents are farmers or small shop owners, living a charmed, quiet life in a place that had once been a sprawling and lively hotspot of activity. Positioned on the Santa Fe Trail, Burlingame had once benefited from the many ox-drawn wagons and commuters passing through its borders during the late 19th century. After that, the town kept itself alive and thriving when the Forbes Air Force Base was built nearby, but nowadays, with both the trail and the base gone, Burlingame has become one of those real small-town communities where everyone knows everyone else. But in the summer of 2009, over 300 Burlingame residents made their way towards the local school to fill out a questionnaire. One that marked, hopefully, the beginning of the end of a tragic event that had tried to change the face of their tight-knit and caring community. The Burlingame residents had been called upon to form a jury, one that would come face to face with a man who had killed one of their own. It all started with James Craig Kahler and his wife Karen. Poised, charming, and successful, the Kahlers seemed to live the perfect life. James and Karen had met at Kansas State University, and right from the get-go it looked like the pair of them had been cut from the same cloth. Both James and Karen were the best of the best, the top of their classes, and they were both ambitious. During his final year, James was one of only 3 students who were handpicked for a lucrative and exclusive engineering job in Colorado. Karen was still only in her first year of university when James was offered this new job, and perhaps sensing the opportunities this job would bring for the pair of them, Karen agreed to move out with James to begin a new life in Colorado. Within 2 years, the couple were married, with their first daughter, Emily, on the way. James threw himself into his work, and Karen threw herself into her new role of dutiful wife and caring homemaker. Those who knew them said that Karen seemed to enjoy bending over backwards to make James happy, and the couple seemed to benefit from the decisions and sacrifices the pair of them made up until that point. That was especially true when James was offered another top position, this time as the utility director of Weatherford, Texas. This was another lucrative job offer, one that the Kahlers accepted and led them to being able to buy a mansion in Weatherford. The family settled, grew in number with 2 more children, Lauren and Shawn, and they all seemed to thrive. But things in life are rarely as they seem on the surface. While most people in Weatherford were trying to keep up with the Kahlers, the list of things that Karen was having to do to keep James happy kept getting longer and longer. James gave Karen an allowance, but even then he watched it very carefully. Karen had to present receipts for everything she bought, including groceries and essentials for the children, so James could see exactly what she was spending the money on. But that wasn't all. Karen had a curfew, and not just one that meant she had to be home at a certain time. She was supposed to be in bed by 9 o'clock at night, but she usually was anyway. That was because Karen was to make herself available to James every day at precisely 8 p.m. if she wanted her household to continue to run smoothly and to keep James off her back. Wanting to have some escape from the growingly tight conditions at home, Karen joined a gym called Powerhouse. She knew that James would never agree to pay for her membership, and she knew that he would find out if she used her allowance to pay for it herself, so Karen got creative. She made extra money baking and selling cakes, and she paid for her own membership this way. Karen was a big hit at Powerhouse. The people there loved her and her positive attitude, and before long they actually offered her a position. Karen became a paid fitness instructor, and now that she could make her own money, James supported her new career choice, as long as she was back in time to look after the children, of course. Karen loved working at the gym, and she loved having a place where she could just be herself. But some people say that there was another reason, aside from money, that James had a sudden change of heart and let Karen keep her new job. Whilst working at Powerhouse, Karen met a woman called Sonny Reese. Karen and Sonny had become best friends, which of course meant that James had met Sonny too. James thought that Karen hanging out with Sonny was a great idea, and some accounts say that he even encouraged Karen to take things further. According to these accounts, James propositioned Karen and Sonny to have a threesome, a proposition that the two women quickly refused. To try to sweeten the deal and win her over, James started sending flowers to Sonny and text messages, hoping that she would come around and agree to include him in the burgeoning relationship between the two women, but Sonny was having none of it. Once James realised that the relationship between Karen and Sonny was only getting more serious and he was actually losing control of his own relationship with Karen, James pulled the plug on the entire thing. In the summer of 2008, despite no one else in his family wanting to go with him, James got a job in Columbia, Missouri, and moved his family out there with him. By then, the girls were teenagers and had just begun to spread their wings, and Karen was just beginning to break away from James's constricting rules, and neither of them were willing to go back to the way things had been before. The girls threw themselves back into the local community, and Karen started to rebel even more. She was upset that James had dragged her away from the life she was just starting to live, and she wanted to make sure that he knew it. Instead of calling things off with Sonny, Karen continued to keep in contact with her, and Sonny even managed to come out and spend time with Karen in person. And of course, James didn't like that at all. James and Karen started fighting almost constantly, and things all came to a head on New Year's Eve of 2008. A friend was hosting a party, one that both the Kahlers and Sonny were invited to, and an affair that James had been desperately trying to keep under control suddenly went public. Karen and Sonny kissed at the party. Word spread quickly, and James was fuming. Feeling embarrassed and humiliated, he publicly confronted his wife, resulting in a fight that the whole party witnessed. Now that the cat was out of the bag, the Kahlers were broken, and Karen was done trying to make James happy. She filed for divorce shortly after the party, and she moved into a separate room in the house whilst she awaited for the paperwork to be finalised. Desperate for things to go back to the way they had been before, James started calling members of Karen's family and asked them to convince her to come back to him, pointing out that Karen was making a huge mistake because she was leaving him to be with a woman. Karen didn't budge, and by March of that year, things were worse than ever. Acrimonious divorce proceedings had James convinced that Karen was now after his money, and he wasn't about to let her have it. Something went down in their house in Columbia. James said that he'd only been after a hug and that Karen hadn't wanted to give him one. He'd ended up bruising her arm when she tried to pull away, and the police were called. James was arrested on suspicion of third-degree domestic abuse, and Karen seized her opportunity to be free of James for good. Whilst James was down at the station, Karen packed her belongings and moved herself and the children out to a new house. James had already been acting more and more erratically, but when Karen left with the children, he seemed to snap. He only ever wanted to see her son, Shawn, and felt betrayed that his daughters had let Sonny into their family. He blamed the women in his life for what had happened between himself and Karen, and he knew that everything would go back to normal if he could just get Karen back. He spent more and more time following and stalking his wife. He installed spyware on their computer and kept tabs on her during the day and night. He let the air out of her tires so she would know that he was watching her, and he took his problems into work with him too. James spent his hours in the office combing over photo albums of his family. His colleagues described him as obsessed, and there was only so long that his superiors could turn a blind eye to his unusual behaviour. After months of hoping that James would eventually pull through, they fired him, and James lost his last tether to reality. By Thanksgiving weekend of 2009, James was out of a job. He'd lost his family and was still in the middle of divorce proceedings that had started all of this. Everything came back to Karen, and James was starting to realise that she had no intentions of ever coming back to him. Over that weekend, James made it clear that he only wanted to see Shawn, so Karen and the girls went over to Karen's sister for the first part of Thanksgiving. The following day, Karen stopped by James's house to pick up Shawn so the whole family could go and visit her grandmother, Dorothy White, in her home in Burlingame. That evening, when his family were still in Dorothy's house, James came bursting through the door with a gun in his hand. He first shot Karen and then her 89-year-old grandmother as they sat in the living room. And then he turned on his children. 18-year-old Emily and 16-year-old Lauren tried to get away, but James hunted them through the house and shot them down. Shawn managed to get away, and after witnessing his father kill his entire family, he made a desperate run for the neighbours. Shawn managed to make it there, and officers were quickly sent to the house. Dorothy and Lauren were still alive when first responders entered the gruesome scene. Dorothy was sent to hospital, where she died 4 days later, but Lauren never made it out of the house. She was found in an upstairs bedroom, bleeding out on the floor. She just about managed to tell the officers that it was her father who had done this to her and her family, and then she slipped away. James was later found aimlessly walking on the side of the road, muttering the words, I messed up," to himself. After the community of Burlingame filed into the school to fill out the paperwork for jury duty, James had his day in court. He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity for the murders of Karen, Emily, Lauren, and Dorothy. But Dorothy was part of Burlingame, and the people of Burlingame look after their own. The jury found him guilty of all charges, and James was sentenced to death. He currently sits on death row and continues to appeal his verdict, but the prosecution has stuck with their argument that James was in his right mind when he decided to kill his family. They argued that James had had his hunting rifle with him that day. He had extra rounds of ammunition in his car, and he had enough of his wits about him to spare his son Shawn. Whilst being led out of the courtroom, James turned to his parents, asking them to make sure that Shawn wasn't raised by those, quote, weirdos, referring to his in-laws who've become Shawn's guardians since the terrible events of that Thanksgiving evening.
On our street, whole families up and disappear. Stacey Perman heard her mother joke on the phone in the autumn of 1982, another glass of red wine in her hand. Stacey knew her mother didn't usually drink, not even at social gatherings, but her family were going through tough times, and the likes of which they'd never experienced before. Her mother's joke wasn't really a joke at all, but more like a way for everyone left in the tragic wake of this case to cope and try to ease the growing terror that was building inside them all. Lassen was a quiet suburban street in the Valley, California. Quaint, stable, quite affluent, the Salomon family at the end of the road fit right in. In 1971, Elaine Salomon had been a 28-year-old, recently divorced mother in a Hollywood bar when she met Saul. He was 24, a newly arrived Israeli immigrant who'd only been in the country a year when a striking blonde caught his eye across a crowded bar lounge. The two spoke. The evening clearly went well, and before long, Elaine was moving her daughter Michelle to Lassen in the Valley. By then, Elaine and Saul were married, and together they'd had a son named Mitchell. Saul had snatched up that American dream, and he'd also landed on his feet financially. His first year living in the United States had been spent driving taxis and selling encyclopedias to get by, but now he owned his own business, refilling fire extinguishers, and he'd made it big. Elaine could afford to stay at home and look after the children. The driveway was filled with flashy, expensive cars, and their home was always filled with the latest and greatest technology that the 80s had to offer. Life was good by the time Stacey and Michelle became friends. The two girls, both teenagers, spent hours in Michelle's bedroom, lying on her pink princess canopy bed, and talked about everything and nothing all at once. On paper, Stacey and Michelle didn't have that much in common. Stacey liked books and Michelle liked boys, but somehow the two girls became inseparable. Elaine, now volunteering at a local clinic, often took the pair of them to lunch in the Bon Adventure Hotel, and when they weren't hanging out in fashion malls or at the movies, the pair of them could be found in each other's bedrooms, listening to music and reading magazines. It was by some twist of fate that Stacey hadn't been with Michelle on Tuesday, October 12, 1982. She'd originally planned to spend the evening with Michelle, Elaine, and Elaine's mother, Margaret Milarovitz. But Stacey had also known that one thing would lead to another, and she'd be home late if she went out with them. It was a school night, and not really feeling up to a potentially long night, Stacey had cancelled. Which was why she didn't know where Michelle or any of the Salomons, for that matter, were when another neighbour called by Stacey's home the next day. The neighbour had a problem, and it wasn't one she thought she could fix on her own, either. She lived in a cul-de-sac right behind the Salomons, but she didn't actually know them, and she needed to contact them as soon as possible. Something with Salomon's pool had gone wrong, and it was overflowing, flooding their neighbour's garden in the process. The neighbour may not have known the Salomons, but she knew Stacey's mother, and she asked if she could speak with the Salomons on her behalf and get them out to sort the problem with their pool. Stacey's mother immediately agreed and picked up the phone. She first tried to call the Salomon household, but nobody answered. But that was no problem. Stacey and her mother then did the next most reasonable thing and headed over there themselves to talk with the Salomons in person. They walked up to the house, seeing both Saul's car and his work truck still parked outside, and they also saw the backyard flooded with water. Mish Mish, the family dog, was out back too, and barely seemed to notice when Stacey and her mother walked by. They tried all of the doors on the exterior of the property. They looked through the windows, but the house was quiet, and it looked like nobody was home. It was a weekday, so perhaps it wasn't too unusual, but Stacey's mother made one last call just to be sure. She called up Elaine's mother, Marge, to see if she knew where the Salomons were, but Marge hadn't heard from any of them since the night before, and she was starting to get worried. Elaine and Marge were incredibly close and talked on the phone several times a day, but Elaine hadn't called that day at all. In fact, Marge knew that Elaine had cut a phone call with a friend short the night before, saying that one of Saul's business associates was at the door, and since then it had been radio silent. Stacey's mother didn't need to hear anything else to know that something wasn't quite right, so she hung up the phone with Marge and called the police. They arrived on the scene within minutes, and just as one of the Salomons' neighbours, Marty Leifer, was pulling up to his own driveway after a day at work, Marty was a good man to know when there was an investigation underway. He was a former IRS investigator making the transition to become a forensic accountant, and when he saw that the police were about to turn around and leave after only trying the Salomons' door, Marty told them to take a closer look. He reminded them that the Salomons had 2 children, the then 14-year-old Michelle and the 9-year-old Mitchell, and he said when there were children involved it was better to be safe than sorry. The investigators listened, and Marty showed them a way into the house through one of the windows. Stacey, her mother, and Marty all followed them inside, and Marty even called his wife, Doreen, from the phone in the master bedroom to tell her that everything looked just fine. The house was clean, everything was in its place, and even the beds were made. Doreen later said that it was hearing that last bit that made a chill run down her spine. Elaine never made the beds, she told Marty over the phone, and then urged him to keep looking. The Salomons were nowhere to be found, but it was when everyone looked into Michelle's room that they found a gruesome clue as to what happened to them. Michelle's bed had been broken, her bedsheets and pillowcases were gone, and there was blood spatter on her walls and mattress. Despite this evidence, the investigators opened a missing persons case and began searching for the Salomons. That was only one of a long list of complaints Marty Leifer would later have about the investigation. According to Marty, the police contaminated any physical evidence that could have potentially been at the scene that night. He caught them letting people in and out of the house and saw them raiding the Salomon pantry for food that they ate while still on the premises. Later statements from the authorities defended the police on the scene and said that they were not aware of any misconduct that Marty alleges occurred during the investigation. But there were places where Marty and the investigators saw eye to eye, and that was who they thought was responsible for the Salomon family's fate. The investigation was still classified as a missing persons case until about a week after the Salomons had gone missing, with that all changing with a chilling discovery on the side of the Antelope Valley Freeway. A worker stumbled upon some documents that belonged to Saul and Elaine, strewn and scattered along the side of the road, and another search was quickly launched. The team came back with 2 wallets, both belonging to Saul and Elaine, and they also came back with more documents with their names on them too. It was that discovery that changed the missing persons case into a murder investigation, and it was quickly followed by a moment that Stacey will never forget. She'd been home alone after school, still thinking that Michelle would knock on her door at any minute, when someone actually did. She opened it only to find the police on the other side, and they had a question to ask her. Stacey showed them inside, where they opened a bag and pulled out a bloodied bedsheet. They then asked Stacey if she had ever seen it on Michelle's bed, and suddenly it all hit her. Her best friend was dead. Stacey burst into tears, but she managed to get out that she didn't remember seeing those particular bedsheets in Michelle's room, which is probably not what the investigators wanted to hear, but it didn't change the fact that the police already had a suspect in mind. With his brown hairpiece, constant cigarette in his mouth, and a taste for the high life, the investigators couldn't quite figure out how Saul Salomon could afford to live the way he did, especially when his tax papers said that he earned only $15,000 a year. Sure, he owned his own business, but even with the profit from that, Saul seemed to be living well beyond his means. The investigators came up with a theory to explain how Saul could continue to support his family and his penchant for luxury cars with the money he had coming in, and that was that Saul was involved with the Israeli mafia. Caught up in the moment, stories about Saul dealing drugs, selling Uzis, and frequenting strippers and sex workers started coming out of the woodwork. But was any of it actually true? Through the course of the investigation, the police were able to connect Saul to one known criminal, and he turned out to be a name that cropped up again and again. Harvey Rader was a thug, a hard man from the underbelly of London. He had the rap sheet to go with the reputation. Fraud, armed robbery, and assault. Harvey had seen more than his fair share of the inside of a British prison cell, and now he was in America. But the change in scenery didn't mean a change in Harvey's MO, however. If anything, it only tipped the scales further. In 1980, Harvey was at his old tricks again, and this time he was going big. He was involved in the now infamous arson that razed Saudi Sheikh Mohammed Al Fasi's Sunset Boulevard mansion to the ground. It had all been a front. The conspirators would all claim their share of the insurance payout, but Harvey got something else as well. He was then involved in the fencing of the artwork from Mohammed's property, and he would get his share of that too. But as those who have already heard the story behind that case probably know, the scheme was thwarted. The culprits were caught, and somehow Harvey came out on top yet again. Harvey received immunity in return for his testimony in court, which was why he was out on the streets and able to meet the Salomons. According to Doreen Leifer, Saul and Harvey had a contemptuous relationship. The two had never really gotten along and even had gone years without speaking to each other, which was why Doreen was so surprised to hear Saul had recently invested $20,000 in Harvey's business. Harvey now owned and ran his own car dealership, but that's not where the connections between the Salomons and Harvey ended. In fact, it was more like the beginning. Harvey and Saul had been together that evening. According to Harvey's statement, the two of them had left Saul's house at around 6 p.m. to head to a car auction. Harvey had then dropped Saul off at an Israeli restaurant in town before heading off to Saul's house again. His second visit that night had multiple purposes. He was dropping off one of Saul's cars, but he was also picking up Elaine's to take back to the shop to do some work on it. That's why Elaine had told her friend over the phone that Harvey was at the door and abruptly hung up the night that the Salomon family went missing. That makes Harvey the last person to see both Saul and Elaine, but his connections to the case only grew stronger from here. Only days into the search, Doreen had stopped by the Salomon household to find Harvey inside, talking over the phone with Saul's brother. He was curt, had scratches on his hands that he later had said had come from working on the cars, and had allegedly asked Doreen if she knew where the guns were. Doreen didn't have an answer for him, but she did have a question. She asked him where the Salomons were, and Harvey had reportedly answered her that they'd probably gone on holiday. Doreen instantly did not believe him. Their clothes and suitcases were still at home, and in a later interview she said, "They wouldn't have gone on vacation without telling me." This sentiment was shared by her husband Marty, who said that, quote, "When Elaine goes to the bathroom, all her friends and relatives know." The police spoke to Harvey the same day that Doreen had. They also noticed the scratches on his hands, and they also found his alibi more than a little lackluster. Even without putting too much weight on the rather major inconsistencies in his statement, like his story changing from him getting the keys to her car from Elaine that night to him leaving the keys in the mailbox, the investigators just weren't buying Harvey's version of events. The auction Harvey claimed that he and Saul had gone to that night had ended at 5 when they had only left the house at 6. The restaurant he'd claimed to have dropped Saul off at later that night had been closed, and it looked like Harvey's lies were just catching up with him. Then the investigators were able to tie him to 3 other cases, all of them involving missing people as well. Just 7 months before the Salomons went missing, a British couple that Harvey sold cars to had also just upped and vanished. There are reports that say Harvey had informed the police that Peter Davis, the husband, was involved in the selling of stolen jewellery and guns, and the police had taken the accusations seriously. They rushed to the Davises' house only to find the pair of them gone. Their car was later found abandoned in the Los Angeles International Airport parking lot. That was 2 out of the 3 missing people that the investigators connected to Harvey, but what about the third? He actually went missing just 2 months before the Davises did. A businessman named Ron Adib told his family that he was going to see a man about buying new cars right before he disappeared. His car was also found abandoned in the same airport parking lot, and the man he'd gone to see had been Harvey Rader. The investigators believe that the Davises and Ron Adib had actually been murdered. Their cars had been abandoned at the airport to throw the investigators off the killer's scent, but now they believed they had him. According to the investigators, Marty and Doreen Leifer and Elaine's mother, Marge, Harvey Rader had murdered the Salomon family. The only thing they had to do was prove that he had, and within a year of the investigation, they believed they had the way to do just that. But to say that it had been the investigators that had found the lead would be a stretch of the truth. It was a private investigator hired by Marge in a desperate attempt to find her missing family that recovered the lead, but it was a lead that would blow the case wide open. His name was Ashley Paul, Harvey's cousin and his alleged right-hand man. Ashley had worked for the Davises. He'd even admitted that he'd driven Paul Davis home from a car auction the very same night that he went missing. But the investigators hadn't connected him to the Salomon case, and Ashley had seized his chance. He'd fled back to England, where he was working as a taxi driver when Joe Sampson, Marge's PI, found him. Ashley refused to talk, claiming that he was too afraid of his cousin to say anything, but Joe eventually got him to come around. It involved a ruse fit for any crime thriller and undercover mystery, but it was one that worked. Joe had a woman approach Ashley, claiming to be one of Elaine's relatives, and that she was there to warn him that a group of Israelis were out to get him to avenge the Salomons, and Ashley caved. When Joe spoke to him again, Ashley said that he would tell him and the LAPD everything if they would grant him immunity. Lead investigator on the case, Larry Baird, said, "Obviously he was scared to death that Harvey would find out what he was doing." And he was right, too. It took coming back to California for Ashley to cop up to everything that had happened, but once he opened the floodgates, everything and the kitchen sink came out. According to Ashley, Saul had been at Harvey's dealership that night, asking for his $20,000 back. Harvey had promptly responded by pulling out a gun and shooting Saul in the head. Harvey and Ashley then bundled Saul's body into the back of Saul's car, but they still had a problem. Elaine had known that Saul was out with them that night, and if Saul didn't come home, she would lead the police right to them. Harvey and Ashley had then gone to the Salomon household, where Elaine had hung up the phone and opened the door for them, only for Harvey to smash her head in the marble countertop of the bar. 9-year-old Mitch he'd beaten with a baseball bat, and then he'd strangled 14-year-old Michelle to death. From there, Harvey and Ashley had put all the bodies into the trunk and driven off. Harvey had then gone back to the crime scene later that night to clean up and cover their tracks. Ashley led the police to where he remembered helping Harvey bury the bodies out in the desert, but later searches came back with nothing. "He was lying," Baird later said, or he didn't really want us to find the bodies because he thought if we'd never find them, nobody could be prosecuted. Later he went on to say, "If I remember, Harvey told somebody he knew about mine shafts being a great place to bury bodies, but Ashley never took us to mine shafts. He only took us to areas where he thought there would be shallow graves." But whether they liked it or not, Ashley was their only witness, and he was the only way the prosecution could definitively prove that Harvey had killed the Salomons. And the prosecution fumbled. Harvey was arrested within days of Ashley arriving in the States, and within days of Harvey's arrest, Ashley's testimony was struck from the record. The municipal court judge deemed that Ashley had been coerced. He hadn't understood his rights, his immunity deal was invalid, and his testimony could therefore not be used in court. Ashley took his chance and got on the next plane out. The case against Harvey crumbled, and the only thing the authorities could do was deport him for failing to make his previous convictions in the UK known during his immigration application. While investigators were ripping up the car park of Harvey's dealership to look for bodies, Harvey slipped back into America with a fake passport. The search of the car park came back empty-handed, but they were able to convict Harvey for passport fraud, which landed him with a 3-year sentence in federal prison. They had Harvey behind bars for now, but what they still didn't have was any evidence to tie him to the disappearances of the Salomon family. In another twist, when Harvey was nearing the end of his sentence, the LAPD took Harvey to court, claiming that they had new evidence that proved that he had actually killed the Salomons, not just made them disappear. Harvey went to court, facing the death penalty if he were found guilty, but his defence lawyer, Mark Lessam, had a few things to say that tipped the scales in a different direction. His own team of private investigators had checked Harvey's office in the dealership for blood, and it had come back completely clean, but he also pointed out that Harvey was by far not the only suspect in this case. He alluded to Saul's connections to the Israeli mafia, and Marge also made a startling confession. Life in the Salomon household really hadn't been as picture-perfect as it had seemed. Saul had in fact been frequenting strippers and sex workers, and Elaine had been having an affair. In fact, Elaine had been so close to ending things with Saul that it had only been a timely intervention from Marge that had saved their marriage. "I told her to stay," Marge said in a later interview. "You have a beautiful home, you don't have to work, you go out with your friends and have whatever you want. Stay with Saul." These new revelations and the fact that the prosecution kept arguing that Harvey's entire motive had been robbery, even though thousands of dollars in jewellery had been found at the scene, were enough to send the jury into deadlock. It was stuck 11-1 for 3 weeks in favour of finding Harvey guilty of the murders, but the 12th jury member wouldn't budge, and the reason she'd stayed steadfast was quite a big one. In her opinion, the prosecution hadn't done enough to actually prove that the Salomons were dead, and it was that opinion that led the defence when Harvey's case inevitably went to court again. This time around, a pharmacist, petrol station attendant, and a police dispatcher all claimed to have seen the Salomons since their disappearance, and a fresh jury deliberated the evidence for just 2 days. Finally, the judge read the verdict of not guilty, which made Harvey faint in the middle of the courtroom. When later asked if they believed that Harvey was actually guilty, Marty Lafer said, "If somebody confessed to these killings other than Harvey Rader, I would never believe him. All of the evidence pointed to Rader." He also claimed that the police had botched the investigation by firstly contaminating the scene and missing crucial evidence like blood spatter that he and Doreen had later found under the beds. Larry Baird said, "It's pretty ironic that we have 7 dead people, and with all 7 dead people, Harvey was the last one to have anything to do with them." Marge said, "I hate Saul, I blame him," but she also broke down crying when Harvey was found not guilty and started screaming in the courtroom, "He is a killer. What kind of system justice is this? Where is the justice in the world?" About his client, Harvey's defence lawyer from his first trial said, "Look, Harvey's no angel, but he wouldn't harm a child." Whether he's guilty or not, Harvey seemingly has disappeared into the ether. The LAPD now have the stance that the wallets and documents found on the side of the freeway were intentionally placed there to distract the investigation, and that it's more than likely the Salomons are hidden somewhere in the abandoned mine shafts that litter the surrounding deserts of LA. Henry Baird, otherwise known as Red, was a 28-year-old World War II veteran living in Humboldt County, California. By June of 1950, he was working as a bakery truck driver and about to go on a date with his girlfriend of 2 months, Barbara Jo Kelley. Barbara was 17 years old, and she worked as a waitress in a local restaurant called the Sweet Shop. But anyone who knew Barbara also knew that she was deeply religious, which is probably why her parents trusted her not to get into any trouble when Red came by to take her to the cinema on the evening of the 18th of June. The movie the couple planned on seeing would almost guarantee that they'd be back quite late at night, but the Kelleys trusted their daughter. But neither of Barbara's parents could have known that that evening, when they said goodbye to Barbara and sent her on her date with Red, would be the last time that they saw either one of them alive again. Red and Barbara went to the cinema as planned, but after that they seemed to just vanish. Neither of them came home that night, and early the next morning, 2 fishermen out on the beach at Table Bluff Beach found the body of a man lying face down in the sand. The man was naked, apart from his socks and shoes, and it was very clear to anyone looking at him that he hadn't died from natural causes. The man had been shot in the head, and the fishermen called the murder into the police. When the investigators got to the scene, they found the man's clothing folded in a neat pile beside his body, but that wasn't all that they found. Beneath the man's clothing was another set of clothes, also neatly folded and placed in a pile and clearly belonging to a woman. The shoes and stockings were missing, and immediately the police began to worry that they would find another body. The investigators were able to identify the man as Red, and when Barbara's parents realised that she was missing, everyone put 2 and 2 together. Judging by the little evidence left at the scene, the authorities believed that someone had attacked the young couple at gunpoint. Whoever their attacker had been had then forced the couple to strip, killed Red, and kidnapped Barbara. The only thing the investigators could do was hold on to the hope that they would find Barbara alive. However, the days turned into weeks and then years, with hope slowly fizzling out. The killer had left nothing behind them, and with no witnesses, the case quickly went cold. It wasn't until a full 13 years later that the investigators were able to name a suspect in the case, and that was only because he decided to come clean himself. Serving a sentence in a California state mental hospital was a man named Gail Patrick Irish. He'd been serving time since 1958 for sexual assault and kidnapping charges that involved a 12-year-old girl in Humboldt. Only now he had a lot more to add to his list of crimes. While at the hospital, Gail claimed to have found religion, and then he made a startling confession to the prison chaplain. Gail claimed to have killed at least 3 people, one of those being a man named Billy Wells Hale. In 1957, Billy had been out on a date with his girlfriend. It was the middle of the night, and they were sitting in Billy's parked car in a lane about 6 miles north of Marysville, California. Gail claimed that he'd walked up to the car, shot the man in the head, and then turned to the woman. Gail said then that he'd tied her up so she couldn't escape and driven her to a different location. He'd taken her about 16 miles away, where he found an empty house, and then he dragged the woman inside. He then threatened her with a razor blade, but the woman was able to escape unharmed when the homeowners unexpectedly showed up and forced Gail to flee the scene. The investigators must have been struck by the similarities between Billy's case and Red's, but they became even more sure that Gail had something to do with them both when Gail confessed to 2 more murders. Gail said that he'd been at Table Bluff Beach during the summer of 1950, and while he was there, he'd killed a young couple. Prison officials immediately contacted the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office, who then dispatched investigators to interrogate Gail, and when they got there, they found that Gail's story had started to make a lot of sense. Gail claimed that he'd been out on the beach that night, looking for his next victims, when he spotted a young couple sitting in a car. Gail had then walked up to the car, held the couple at gunpoint, and forced them out of the vehicle. He then forced the pair of them to strip before he'd ordered the man to get on his knees, and then Gail shot him in the back of the head. With the woman now naked and completely defenceless and alone, Gail had then forced her back into the car and started driving. They drove quite a distance, at 2 points heading into the towns of Eureka and Arcata, where the woman could have maybe shouted for help, but Gail said that she'd been frozen with fear and had just sat there instead of trying to escape. They ended up about 35 miles away from the beach, where Gail then pulled over into a logging road and used the large logs as cover to hide what he was about to do. Gail raped the woman, shot her, and then wrapped her body in a blanket before he was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. Gail had planned to bury her body, but someone had clearly heard the sounds of Gail's gunshot and was on the way to investigate. Gale could see the headlights of a truck coming closer, and not wanting to be caught, he dumped the woman's body behind a log and drove away before anyone could spot him. Worried that someone would discover her, Gale had returned to the scene 2 months later to try and hide the woman's body, but by then, he said many of the logs had moved and he wasn't able to find the body again. The police were incredibly interested in what Gale had to say, especially when it seemed to be the only real lead they had on the case that was now 13 years old. They flew him out to Humboldt County so that he could revisit the crime scenes and hopefully tell them more, while their counterparts at the hospital tried to find the gun that Gale had been carrying when he'd been arrested. Back in Humboldt County, news about Gale's confession had spread, and wanting to corroborate what they could, the investigators ended up speaking with a well-known local boxer, Oliver Hanurn. Oliver claimed to know Gale, and he said that the both of them had been living and working in the area together during the time of Red's murder. When investigators put Oliver and Gale in the same room, the two men recognised each other, adding a level of legitimacy to Gale's confession and putting him as close to the crime scenes as they could without any more physical evidence to work with. Gale then led investigators to the logging road, which was still in use, but by then, the place where he claimed to have dumped Barbara's body was almost completely overgrown. Many people, including the Georgia Pacific Woods boss Earl Shipley Company, provided tools to help the investigators search the area, but each time the searchers came back with nothing. A few months later, the police received a call from a family who'd once lived in the area that renewed hope in the investigation. The family claimed that the children had often played on the logs, and one day they'd come home saying they'd found human bones in between them. The children claimed that one of the bones still had a wristwatch around it, and they were able to give the investigators some idea of where they'd seen them. Incredibly, the location the children gave matched the area that Gale had already shown the investigators, so everyone got back to work to try and find Barbara. A quick call to Barbara's family confirmed that she'd left for her date wearing a wristwatch, and then all anybody wanted to do was get to the bottom of the case. And the investigators were certain that Gale was telling the truth. A deputy working on the case later came out and said, "This boy has too much knowledge of the details not to have first-hand information." But unfortunately, the investigation kept hitting dead ends. A hunter told the investigators that in 1962 he'd found a woman's black leather shoe in the exact same location that Gale claimed to have dumped Barbara's body. The hunter hadn't thought anything about it at the time, but as the news spread about the investigation, it jogged his memory and he called the tip in. The tip also went nowhere, and after a 60-person team searched the area and came back empty-handed, the chief criminal deputy, Captain Edward Hulbert, reportedly turned to Gale and said, "You're either afraid to look at what's left, or you're afraid someone is going to hurt you." Gale had allegedly refused to answer the captain and had turned the conversation into another one about religion instead. But the investigators were sure that they had their man. If they couldn't find Barbara, they knew that they could put Gale at the crime scene if they could match the bullets from the gun he'd been arrested with to the bullet found in Red's body. But almost unbelievably, they hit yet another dead end. During that time, Gale had spent serving a sentence in the mental institution. The police had lost the gun they'd confiscated from him on the day of his arrest. This was the last piece of physical evidence that could have proven that Gale was telling the truth, and after all that, the only thing the authorities in Humboldt County could do was send Gale back to the mental hospital he'd originally been serving his sentence in. To this day, they haven't been able to formally link Gale to the case or officially name him as a suspect, as everything comes down to his confession, and that certainly wouldn't stand up in court. The official records of both Red's murder and Barbara's disappearance don't mention anything about Gale, and Barbara is simply listed as missing to this day. Daniel Cornelius Robinson was born on January the 14th, 1997, to David Robinson and Melissa Edmonds, and grew up in South Carolina alongside his parents and siblings. Daniel is described by his family as bright, highly intelligent, and a good-spirited young man who loved the outdoors and learning about the people and their cultures, science, and his family. He always greatly cared about people and often looked out for others. He was always smiling and loved to chat. By trade, Daniel was a geologist for Matrix New World Engineering, having graduated as a field geologist from the College of Charleston in 2019 with a major in archaeology. Following graduation, he moved from his native South Carolina to Phoenix, Arizona, where his new job was located. Daniel specifically resided in the Tempe area. The 24-year-old had a passion for adventure, and whenever he would travel, he would keep in contact with his family to let them know how things were going. A few weeks prior to his disappearance, and even on the morning he vanished, Daniel's family and friends noticed a drastic change in his demeanour, his behaviour becoming somewhat erratic, which was completely out of character. He made some rather unusual remarks to his loved ones, and even on one occasion, he had left his apartment for a prolonged period of time without contacting anyone before returning, and he'd left his front door wide open for the duration. What was causing Daniel's erratic behaviour at the time is undetermined. On the 23rd of June 2021, Daniel went to work as normal, arriving at a well site near Buckeye, Arizona. He met a new co-worker, Ken Elliott, at the site where the pair assessed the remote drill site located near the Sun Valley Parkway and Cactus Road in Buckeye. According to Ken Elliott, everything appeared normal that morning, with he and Daniel having pleasant, casual discussions about the weather and the job at hand. That was until Daniel's demeanour reportedly changed. Elliott said that the 24-year-old seemed distracted all of a sudden, looking very distant into the desert. At first, Elliott thought that Daniel may have been on something, but his pupils were not dilated. He then thought perhaps it was a medical condition, but he did not know. He kept noticing how Daniel became distracted, repeatedly looking across the desert in a daze. At approximately 9:15 a.m, Daniel turned from his co-worker, hopped into his blue 2017 Jeep Renegade and drove off. Elliott assumed that Daniel perhaps wasn't feeling well and decided to take the day off, but when nobody had heard from him later on, his loved ones became increasingly concerned for his welfare. That evening, the Robinsons reported their son as missing to Buckeye Police Department. Ken Elliott went looking for Daniel after he took off, following his Jeep's tread marks in the sand through the desert. This concerned Ken deeply, as it appeared that Dan was not headed for home, but out into the middle of nowhere. It was at this point that Elliott knew something was awry. Daniel's family repeatedly called him, but he did not pick up, which in itself was very unusual. After a few days, the phone went straight to voicemail. A search for Daniel began shortly after his family contacted Buckeye PD, where police, search and rescue volunteers, air patrols, drones and cadaver dogs were utilised in an effort to locate the missing geologist. The Robinsons flew out to Arizona to look for their son, a search which operated over a 70-square-mile radius. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, no trace of Daniel was found, and his family left Buckeye with more questions than answers. Almost a month went by when on July 19th, a rancher found Daniel's Jeep abandoned in a ravine just 4 miles southwest from the worksite where he was last seen. Searchers, both professional and volunteers, had allegedly missed the vehicle due to the rugged terrain, though some speculate that the Jeep wasn't in the area to begin with, rather it was possibly placed there later. This is only speculation, of course, but Daniel's father told the Independent newspaper that he believed this theory, that the car had been dumped there. The car was on its side and had sustained significant damage, with the airbags also having been deployed. Investigators also determined that a seatbelt had been worn at the time of impact. Rather strangely, all of Daniel's belongings, including his wallet, phone, keys, and most curiously, the clothes he had last been seen wearing, were present in the vehicle. There was no evidence to suggest foul play, such as blood. Daniel's phone was later revealed to have been at the crash site at 10:05 a.m. and had stopped tracking by 10:30. The ravine was searched extensively for any further clues, but unfortunately nothing of significance was recovered. Meanwhile, the Robinsons hired a reconstructionist and a private investigator, Jeff McGraw, who, having looked at the circumstances of the car overturning, believed that it possibly looked staged. It was also revealed that after the car had overturned, that the ignition had been turned over approximately 46 more times and had clocked 11 extra miles following the accident, but to where remains a mystery. The private investigator who specialises in accident investigations claimed that the car crashed multiple times before it ended up in the ravine, the airbag having deployed at an earlier crash, not the vehicle's final destination in the ravine. According to him, this first crash occurred approximately 4 hours after Daniel went off the radar, this being based on the car's GPS data. What happened to Daniel that day when he was driving his Jeep to and from the worksite remains a mystery, as is how he came to be separated from all of his belongings, including the clothes he was last seen wearing. 12 days following Robinson's car being discovered, on the 31st of July, a human skull was discovered in close proximity to where Daniel's vehicle had been found. It was analysed by forensic experts, however it was later determined not to belong to Daniel. The identity of the skull remains unknown. A number of other bones were retrieved in the area, but they were all deemed to be from animals. Further sets of human remains have been found in the Buckeye Desert, however thus far none have been matched to Daniel Robinson. In October of 2021, investigators revealed that Daniel had been texting a woman he'd met whilst delivering for Instacart, and the two chatted and exchanged numbers. According to various text message conversations, it became apparent that Daniel often turned up to the woman's home unannounced, which left the woman feeling very uncomfortable. It was also revealed that at the time the authorities questioned Daniel's family again regarding the possibility that Dan was suicidal. However, his family did not believe that this was the case. Daniel's father had been vocal about his concerns regarding the Buckeye PD's investigation into his son's disappearance, citing his frustration at the fact he believed the authorities weren't doing enough to find his missing son. The Robinsons set up a website and a GoFundMe page to help raise money to fund more search efforts and to keep Daniel's case at the forefront of people's minds. During the search efforts and investigations following his disappearance, Daniel's case was somewhat overshadowed in the national press following the disappearance of Gabby Petito in August of 2021, which quickly became international news. The latest updates in this case came in June of 2023 when Daniel's father revealed to the Arizona News that his son had made some disturbing Google searches in the week leading up to his disappearance. This included "Love Changed Me," "Delete Instagram account," "Shooting," "Temp," "Explosion," and "I'm okay to do things I hate." A new witness, simply referred to as Bill or Billy, came forward to authorities and told them that he'd seen Daniel in the area after he disappeared. He noticed the new Jeep and noticed that Daniel was dressed in a fluorescent work shirt and boots. He also noticed Robinson's arm abnormality, so he seemed certain that this was Daniel. He reportedly said that the sighting was at around 11:30 a.m, but this contradicts with Robinson's cell data. Bill reportedly changed the timing of his sighting on numerous occasions, which placed doubt that it was a genuine sighting. Despite his story not aligning with the data made available to law enforcement, it's unclear whether Bill did in fact see Daniel or not. If he wasn't truthful about it, police can't seem to muster up a reason as to why Bill would lie. The Robinsons want answers, and for their son to one way or another return to them. What happened to Daniel on that fateful day in June 2021 remains shrouded in mystery, and despite the numerous theories presented, the evidence found cannot conclusively say what happened to him. Did Daniel have a mental break, get disorientated in the desert and succumb to the elements? On the other hand, did he perhaps meet with foul play? At this time, 2 years on, we simply do not know the circumstances surrounding his vanishing. Daniel Robinson was 24 years old at the time of his disappearance in June of 2021. He was described as being African American, standing at 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighing approximately 165 pounds. He has black hair and brown eyes, and most notably has part of his right forearm and hand missing due to these limbs having never properly developed in utero. He was wearing work gear when he disappeared, however these clothes were later discovered in his 2017 Jeep Renegade. Daniel Robinson remains missing, and his case is classified as an endangered missing person. If he is still alive today, Daniel would be 26 years old. Those with any information regarding this case are urged to contact Buckeye Police Department on 623-349-6411.
When children are placed in foster care or adoption situations where biological parents' circumstances can no longer cater for that child, it is the hope that the child involved is sent to live with good people, people who love them and care for them wholeheartedly and unconditionally. But unfortunately, in some instances, this is not the case, and children can potentially become vulnerable to violence. On the 8th of June 1987, Irvin Sylvester Groninger III was born, the fourth of 10 siblings. When he was approximately 2 years of age, Irvin was taken from his biological parents and put up for adoption, where he was then taken in by the Herrman family. Father Douglas Raymond Doug Herrman and his wife Valerie Janelle Herrman. They already had 2 children who became Irvin's adoptive siblings. After fostering and then adopting Groninger, Doug and Valerie decided to change Irvin's name to Adam Joseph Herrman. Adam was a typical young boy who was lively yet timid and loved the outdoors, especially camping trips. He was an average student at school, but when he turned 11 years old, the Herrmans removed him from his elementary school and decided to homeschool him, something which was rather odd, considering their other children remained at school. The Herrman family lived in Pine Ridge Mobile Home Park in Towanda, Kansas, where Adam spent the spring and summer months of 1999. At some point during this time, Adam mysteriously disappeared, though the exact date and the circumstances surrounding his vanishing are shrouded in mystery, as he was not reported as a missing person for almost a decade. His adoptive sister, Crystal Espinosa, contacted the local authorities in 2008 to ask about the whereabouts of her brother, who by this time she had not seen in 9 years. She was doing this whilst trying to organise a family reunion, and upon her realisation that nobody had seen Adam in recent years, decided to find where he was. Adam's biological sister had also not heard from her brother since around 1994 and was eventually told by Doug and Valerie during a phone call to ask how her brother was doing to, quote, stop calling. During these phone calls to check in with her brother, which were made between 1994 and 1999, Adam himself never physically answered the phone. Only the Herrmans did, and they claimed that Adam was doing just fine. Crystal was concerned for Adam's welfare, and quite rightly so, as when she contacted the SRS, the Kansas Department of Social and Rehabilitation Services, she was informed that Adam had allegedly been in the Herrmans' care until he turned 18 years old, but Crystal knew that this was not the case. She immediately called the Missing Children hotline in Wichita and reported her brother as a missing person. When Adam's adoptive parents were questioned, they claimed that the 11-year-old had a habit of running away from home, and on this particular occasion in the first week of May of 1999, following a spanking, he never returned. It's alleged that the Herrmans did report Adam missing on at least 2 prior occasions, once after he was grounded and another after not returning home on the school bus. However, he returned on both occasions within just an hour or two, hardly what many would classify as running away. According to various sources, Valerie admitted to have spanked Adam with a belt buckle prior to his disappearance, with this not being the first time that abuse was reported from within the Herrman household. 3 years prior, in 1996, Adam had been temporarily placed in a children's home after a similar incident ended up with him having bruises all over his body. With Valerie having seemingly repeated these actions, the couple claimed that they didn't want to report their son as missing because they were afraid of the repercussions after what happened in 1996, which was investigated by the SRS. They claimed to be afraid that their 2 other children would be forcefully removed from them, therefore did not report Adam's disappearance to the appropriate authorities, which, just to note here, is actually illegal in the state of Kansas. Family members, however, did not believe the Herrmans' story and were certain that both Doug and Valerie had something to do with Adam's disappearance. It should be noted that in 1998, a second suspected abuse call was made to the SRS by Adam's school after multiple bruising was found. Classmates noticed occasions where Adam's glasses were broken or taped together and witnessed scratches under his chin, a black and bruised nose, and scrapes on his neck. The subsequent investigation concluded, however, that these injuries were sustained whilst playing sports with his siblings, Adam claiming that this was indeed the case and that the injuries occurred whilst he was playing football. According to Adam's adoptive siblings, he was mistreated by the Herrmans on a regular basis, though primarily by his adoptive mother. He was often locked in the bathroom, where he was made to sleep in the bathtub without pillows or a blanket, and he was denied food. However, his siblings did sneak in some food for him on numerous occasions. In one instance where Adam was locked in the bathroom, Valerie's ex-sister-in-law asked her why the boy was in there, and Valerie claimed that he was being punished for wetting the bed. On another occasion, she claimed he was locked in the bathroom because he was, quote, mentally disturbed. Crystal, Adam's adoptive sister, saw Valerie step on Adam, kick him, and hit him on several occasions, and an aunt saw Adam chained to the faucet of the bath just prior to his disappearance. Others who knew the Herrmans saw Valerie favour her biological children, and she even once allegedly told a friend that Adam, who was only 11 years old at the time, quote, gave her the creeps. Valerie shockingly told investigators that she was recommended by a psychiatrist to lock her son in the bathroom at night due to an attachment disorder such as bipolar or schizophrenia, as Adam allegedly had a knife under his bed, and Valerie was frightened that he was going to kill her and her husband. The story became even more bizarre, with the Herrmans telling family members that Adam was now a ward of the state, after they could, quote, no longer handle him, and that he'd actually been sent to a psychiatric facility. Whether there is any actual proof that Adam was sent to such a facility remains unknown. The Herrmans told investigators that they thought Adam had left of his own free will and was either homeless or living with his biological parents, but despite this, Doug and Valerie continued to cash in Adam's adoption subsidy payments, which was approximately $700 per month, until he turned 18 years old in 2005. They also claimed Adam as a dependent on their taxes when they filed for bankruptcy in 2002, racking up a total of $52,800. The Herrmans were subsequently charged with felony theft in July of 2010, however reached a plea deal a year after admitting to wrongfully accepting $15,488 in subsidies for Adam between 2003 and 2005. Both received prison sentences for welfare fraud and for failing to report a minor as missing. Doug got 9 months behind bars and Valerie got 7 months. The couple were also ordered to pay restitution and a $2,500 fine each, and would be subject to probation following their releases from jail. Justin Herrman, one of Doug and Valerie's biological children who saw his mother abuse Adam when he was around 4 or 5 years old, told ABC News that, quote, she, Valerie, would punch him, Adam, pull his hair, use wooden spoons to spank him, push him. He wasn't allowed to play. She locked him up in the bathroom, made him do housework all day long. Justin continued, when she's not acting crazy, my mother is actually a good person, but when she's in a bad mood, she's a monster. Justin claimed that he never saw Doug harm Adam, and that he witnessed his father trying to stop his wife from attacking Adam on a number of occasions. On one other occasion, Justin saw Valerie throw Adam against a wall, where she pulled out some of his hair, following which Justin called the police. However, by the time that authorities had arrived at the residence, his mother had convinced him to tell them that he had made the whole thing up. Rather interestingly, phone records didn't show a call to the police from the Herrman household as claimed. However, other family members corroborated Justin's claims of abuse. Due to the vast amount of allegations made against the Herrmans by family, friends, school teachers and counsellors, a report was filed to Child Protective Services, and the only undertaking they did was send the Herrmans for counselling. However, they did not remove Adam from the home. Ultimately, Child Protective Services failed to protect 11-year-old Adam Herrman. Police searched the Herrman residence and their mobile home where they resided in 1999. However, whether any clues or pieces of evidence were found in regards to Adam's disappearance is unknown. They did confirm that no human remains were uncovered. However, quote, one of their questions had been answered. When prompted as to what this meant by journalists, authorities did not elaborate any further. It does appear, however, that police believe that Adam is no longer alive, as there's no evidence to suggest that he is. Unfortunately, after 24 years, we still don't know the fate of Adam Herrman. Suspicions surrounding his adoptive parents have never ceased, and given the evidence against them, this is hardly surprising. Whether Doug or his wife Valerie harmed Adam on the day he vanished remains unknown. They denied any wrongdoing, and Doug died in 2016, taking what he knew to the grave. Police named the Herrmans as official suspects in this case and claim that murder charges could still be brought against Valerie, even if Adam's remains are never found. They also claimed that abuse charges could be filed for the period prior to Adam's disappearance, as well as the fact that his adoptive parents failed to report a minor as missing. The latest developments in the case came in 2019, when a Wichita man claimed on social media that he believed that he was Adam Herrman. However, this turned out to be a cruel hoax. As of 2023, the disappearance of Adam Herrman remains unsolved, and what fate ultimately befell him remains a mystery. An anonymous donor posted a $50,000 reward for any information leading to the whereabouts of Adam Herrman. His biological family and his remaining adoptive family are still searching for the truth, and all they want is to bring him home. At the time of his disappearance, Adam Herrman, whose birth name was Erwin Sylvester Groninger III, was 11 years old. He is described as being Caucasian, approximately 4 feet 4 inches tall and weighing 67 pounds. He had dirty blonde to brown hair and blue eyes, and at the time he vanished, wore gold wireframe glasses. It's unknown what Adam was last seen wearing. In regards to distinguishing marks and features, Adam had a birthmark on his back at the waistline, which is about 1/4 inch by 1/2 inch in size, a number of scars on his abdomen, a 3/4 inch scar on the inside of his left thigh is also noted. Various age progression images of Adam have been created by the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, in case by some miracle he is still alive today. Due to the nature of this case, foul play is strongly suspected. If alive in 2023, Adam Herrman, or Erwin Sylvester Groninger III, would be 36 years old. In September of 2017, many were left perplexed by the baffling disappearance of Jesse Galganov, a 22-year-old Montreal native whose adventurous spirit led him to the majestic Peruvian Andes on a solo backpacking expedition. What was meant to be an exhilarating voyage of self-discovery turned into a somber mystery that raised far more questions than answers. Jesse Clint Galganov was born on February 8, 1995, to parents Todd Galganov and Elisa Clayman, and grew up in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. He is of Jewish faith and was also known by his Jewish name, Chaim Yosef ben Elisa. His parents divorced when he was younger, and Jesse lived with his mother, with whom he shared a very close bond, and he lived alongside his younger sister, Sammy. Though he resided in Canada, he did have dual citizenship in Canada and the United States. Jesse faced some difficult challenges growing up, but despite this, he always had a smile on his face and a positive outlook on life. He was described as having a huge heart and was known for being very empathetic and understanding. At high school, Jesse captained the football team. However, after suffering a serious concussion during a game when he was 17 years old, he was left suffering from post-concussion syndrome, meaning that he was left unable to function as he should. Because of this, he had to delay his application to college, but instead of being down about it, Jesse did something positive with his time. He decided to raise money and awareness for prostate cancer by participating in Movember, where men grow moustaches during the month of November in order to raise awareness about men's health issues, such as testicular cancer and mental illness. Over the course of 5 Movembers, Jesse and his friends managed to raise over $20,000, with Jesse making a number of humorous edited images of him with his moustache, alongside inspirational quotes to help encourage people to donate to the cause. Jesse managed to eventually recover and applied to university in Connecticut in the US, where he achieved a bachelor's degree in mathematics. He wanted to further his studies and applied to medical school in Philadelphia, where he was subsequently offered a place. Galganov hoped to one day work for Doctors Without Borders, which is a charity which provides humanitarian medical care. Aside from his education, Jesse loved the outdoors, hiking, participating in various adrenaline sports such as bungee jumping, skiing, and the like, and learning about new cultures. He had taken numerous backpacking excursions and trips abroad during his time at college, and upon graduation, he was hungry for more. Before taking on this new challenging chapter of his life at medical school, the 22-year-old decided to take a gap year to travel, mainly backpacking through South America and Southeast Asia for approximately 8 months. Prior to his departure to Peru, Jesse and his mother Elisa planned the trip day by day, mapping out where he would trek and where he would shelter for the night, also buying him all of the supplies he would need on his trip. The plan was to visit South America first, then end the excursion in Bangkok in Thailand, but within just a mere 4 days into Jesse's adventure, he vanished into thin air. Jesse departed from Montreal and flew to Lima, Peru on September 24th of 2017, where he stayed at the Loki hostel for 3 days before embarking on an overnight 8-hour bus ride from Lima to Juarez, also in Peru. The bus arrived in its destination of Juarez at approximately 6:12 a.m. on September 28th, with CCTV footage confirming his arrival. Galganov then made his way to Came House, which was a backpackers' hostel, arriving there at around 6:40 a.m. According to reports, Jesse spent much of that day documenting his travels on social media and regularly messaging his friends and family, informing them that he had arrived at the hostel. Jesse also spent some of the day replenishing his supplies before staying at Came House for a second night. Jesse told his mother that day via text that he was planning on taking a 4-day trek along the Santa Cruz Trail and informed her that he would most likely not have any cell reception for the duration. He told his mother that he would be in touch when he got back around October 2nd, but unfortunately, Elisa never heard from her son again. Jesse left the hostel early the next morning and made his way to the Santa Cruz trailhead. The trail itself entailed an approximate 50-kilometre hike through the Cordillera Blanca Mountains in the north of Peru, with the rough terrain not for the faint of heart. Jesse did have some hiking experience under his belt and was well equipped to cope with the changing altitudes and conditions. This particular trail was one that Jesse had always wanted to take, so he was likely looking forward to the 4-day excursion. But when October 2nd came and went, his loved ones started to become concerned when Jesse failed to contact them as he had promised. His mother thought that perhaps her son had taken a longer route, and it would simply take him a few extra days to reach civilization again. But by October 7th, Jesse's mother got in touch with some of her son's friends and acquaintances on social media and through text to see if they had heard from him in recent days. Many responded, however the last known communication any of them had with Jesse had been through the Snapchat app on September 29th. At first, they weren't concerned that they hadn't heard from him, due to the fact that he was hiking in the mountains of Peru, and most likely couldn't contact anybody. However, days turned into weeks, and concern continued to grow as radio silence from Jesse continued. By October 14th, Elisa filed a missing persons report for her son, firstly with US and Canadian authorities, then with the Peruvian authorities. Unfortunately, the only authorities that could assist in this case were the Peruvian, as the US and Canadian simply were not allowed to do anything to help. Elisa took it upon herself to spearhead the search efforts for her son, alongside family, friends, and volunteers. Rather interestingly, when they started to retrace Jesse's movements in the days leading up to his last known contact, those at the Came hostel where he stayed began to give alternate versions of events. Initially, those at the hostel, including staff, confirmed that Jesse had checked into the facility on September 28th. However, they later retracted this and stated that Jesse had never even been there, something which was very peculiar and suspicious. Due to these new revelations coming to light, Peruvian police opened an investigation into a possible abduction. Something else to note is that it was common practice for those hiking the Santa Cruz Trail to write their names down in a logbook prior to their departure, so that a record could be kept of all of those who tackled the terrain. However, it was alleged that absolutely nobody had signed the logbook on the day that Jesse disappeared. As it turned out, however, this was entirely untrue. However, the logbook had been, quote-unquote, tampered with. To what extent, or as to what discrepancies were uncovered, is unknown. It was also alleged that the park administration team and the mule drivers along the trail, who used donkeys to carry supplies to and from the camps, were uncooperative with authorities when questioned about Jesse's disappearance. Many believe that this is not suspicious, however, due to the fact that the mountain community was very small and close-knit, and if a body were to be found within their jurisdiction, they wouldn't want the finger to be pointed at them. It was this reason alone as to why they were wary about talking to the authorities. Police, the Magnus International Search and Rescue Team from Israel, along with Elisa herself, searched tirelessly along the Santa Cruz Trail for any sign of 22-year-old Jesse. However, they came back empty-handed. They conducted land searches, used drones, and carried out underwater searches, but unfortunately to no avail. It then came to light that a number of people had seen Jesse during his hike across the mountainous Santa Cruz Trail. Witnesses saw him arrive at the Tualipampa camp late on September 30th, where he reportedly camped alongside two French hikers, who told these witnesses that Jesse told them he had arrived later than expected because he had gotten lost. The two French men who were located by Magnus also claimed that Jesse had voiced his annoyance at feeling rather under the weather, experiencing headaches and bouts of diarrhea, though it may have been altitude sickness. Jesse ate breakfast with the French hikers before heading out along the trail once again the following morning, though after a good night's rest, he seemed to be in much better spirits. Over 200 hikers who travelled along the trail that day were identified and many were interviewed. However, other than the aforementioned witness accounts, nobody else had seen Jesse. The last confirmed sighting of Jesse Galganov was on October 1st, 2017, at approximately 3:30 p.m, when he was spotted asking a group of Czech hikers for some water near to Punta Union Pass. He never used his return bus ticket on October 2nd and failed to board his scheduled flight to Bolivia on October 5th. Searches continued for Jesse, but no trace of him has ever been found. His parents have gone out to Peru a number of times to look for him, but unfortunately to no avail. They continue to press for answers across social media with the hope that someday they will be reunited with their lost son. Jesse simply disappeared without a trace, leaving no clues behind as to what fate ultimately befell him. Many believe that somehow he became lost in the mountains, fell unwell from altitude sickness, and succumbed to the elements. However, a body has never been found, nor has any of the belongings he took with him. Is it possible he fell into a crevice, or possibly a body of water? If so, however, his remains haven't been found. Some believe that Jesse may have fallen victim to foul play of some sort. However, once again, there is no evidence to indicate that this is the case. Ultimately, we don't know what happened to Jesse following his hike in Peru, but his family are still holding on to the hope that he is out there somewhere. When he disappeared in September 2017, Jesse Galganov was 22 years old. He is described as being Caucasian, standing at 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing 170 pounds. He had curly, short brown hair with a short, close-kept brown beard and light brown eyes. Jesse was last seen wearing black clothing and a Gregory Paragon 58-pack Omega Blue hiking backpack, which displayed a patch of the Canadian flag on the upper left side. His backpack weighed approximately 24 pounds and was believed to have been containing the following items: a pair of hiking shoes, a one-man tent, a camping mattress, a small portable stove, eating utensils, some unspecified clothing, a head torch, unspecified medication, an Amazon Kindle tablet, and a journal. 2 fundraisers have been created by Jesse's mother. One named Help Us Find Jesse, where she is trying to raise funds to help aid in the search for her son. And Help Us Take Legal Action to Find Jesse, where she wants to prosecute those responsible for her son's disappearance. Elisa travels to Peru on a regular basis when she can to search for Jesse. On the GoFundMe campaign, she writes, quote, "Sadly, I still have no hard evidence indicating the fate of my beloved son, but we have definite suspicions that must be further explored. I am not giving up and will never give up. I must bring Jesse home to rest, no matter the circumstance." In an article published in the Montreal Gazette, Jesse's sister, Sammy, spoke of him, quote, "Jesse will always be such an inspiration to me, and I feel forever fortunate to call him my brother." There is currently a $500,000 US reward, which was raised by Jesse's father, Todd, for anyone with any information that could help locate Jesse Galganov, who, if alive today, would be 28 years old. "28-year-old Yesenia Suarez was a mother of 2 to a 9-year-old daughter named Talia-Otto and an 8-year-old son, Michael-Otto. They lived on the 300 block of Covent Gardens Place in Deltona, Volusia County, Florida. Yesenia did what she could to provide for her children and worked at American Canine Detection Services in Lake Mary, whilst attending Rollins College in Winter Park, where she studied a bachelor's degree in organisational behaviour and psychology. Yesenia was projected to achieve magna cum laude honours in the spring of 2014 and worked hard to achieve her goals in the academic world as well as the work world. The Suarez-Otto family were also active members of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, a Spanish-speaking community in their hometown of Deltona. Yesenia was married to a 38-year-old man named Luis Toledo, who lived with her and her 2 children in Deltona. The couple had met in 2009 at a street festival, and Toledo moved in with her 3 months later, with the pair marrying in 2011. But many knew of their turbulent relationship. Suarez's own father even claimed that the pair were constantly at loggerheads. Toledo spent much of his time at home with his 2 stepchildren, but Yesenia felt that he was spending too much time playing video games and that he wasn't doing enough for Talia and Michael. Things didn't improve when Toledo discovered, having placed spyware on his wife's phone, that Suarez was having an affair with a co-worker at American Canine, an organisation which provides dogs to the military and the police. On the afternoon of October 22nd, 2013, Toledo showed up at Yesenia's workplace at approximately 22 minutes past 1, and the two argued about Yesenia's infidelity. The argument got physical, with Toledo striking his wife across the face before he fled the scene. Police were called by a co-worker, with the fight clearly being heard in the background of the call, but Toledo had already scarpered by the time police arrived. Following the altercation, Luis contacted Yesenia's mother, Felicita Nieves Perez, in an effort to convince her daughter not to press assault charges. Meanwhile, Yesenia took Talia and Michael from their home to her mother's residence with the intention of staying overnight. However, this did not actually happen. Toledo called the house again and warned his wife that, quote, something would happen if she tried to get an injunction against him following their fight, this not being the first domestic incident reported between the two. At first, this threat didn't appear to faze Yesenia, who left to place the injunction, but she later returned empty-handed, worried of the repercussions, telling her mother that, quote, it would make things worse. It was reported that Yesenia was fearful of Luis and didn't want him to return home, but she also didn't want to face the consequences of this. But Toledo was consistent. He physically showed up at his mother-in-law's residence at around 6 p.m. to confront Yesenia and her mother once again about what had happened. But after complaining further about the state of their marriage, Luis left the residence once again at 7 p.m. to calm his temper. At this point, it is alleged that the pair had mutually agreed to end their relationship. Suarez told him to move out when he could afford to do so. Despite her intentions to stay the night, Yesenia decided not to remain at her mother's residence and told her that she would take herself and the children back home at around 8 p.m. Their house was only a block away, and she wanted to make amends with Toledo, but this was the very last time that Felicita saw her daughter and her two grandchildren alive. Later that night, at approximately 1 a.m, Suarez called her lover, who asked her how she was doing, but he also asked her what was wrong. She responded by firstly apologising to him, telling him that there was nothing to worry about, and that she was the one who would have to look over her shoulder, not him. Yesenia then hung up. Her lover later testified in court that she sounded stressed and claimed that her speech was slurred, but didn't know whether she was drunk or not. The two said their goodbyes and Yesenia hung up the phone. The following day, on October 23rd, Yesenia's mother, Felicita Nieves, awaited her daughter's usual early morning phone call, which was normally placed between 8:30 and 9 a.m, but rather uncharacteristically, she didn't make contact. Knowing that this was extremely out of character and concerned for her daughter's welfare following the fallout with Luis the night before, Yesenia's mother contacted the police at around 10 a.m. and requested they do a welfare check. Police arrived at Yesenia's residence that she shared with Toledo, however nobody was home. Suarez owned two vehicles, however one was missing from the driveway. Police later located it in a parking lot of a Publix store in Lake Mary, where Yesenia worked. Having failed to locate her or her two children, investigators re-entered Suarez's home, and what they found was damning against her husband, Luis Toledo. Toledo claimed to have slept in his car that night, following the argument, from 11 p.m. on October 22nd to 8 a.m. the following day, and that he discovered his wife and stepchildren were missing when he woke up. However, this could not have been further from the truth. He visited his own brother, unannounced, at around 5 a.m, where he ranted to him about his rocky relationship, and according to his brother, Toledo seemed, quote, out of it. He had also turned his phone off sometime during the night, which was very odd. He then spoke to a neighbour at around 6 a.m, where he asked for some help in moving Yesenia's car to a parking lot in Lake Mary. His story wasn't matching up, and evidence found at the Suarez house confirmed this. Blood belonging to 9-year-old Talia was found in the master bedroom and on a closet door in the bedroom, with forensics noting approximately 17 bloodstains belonging to the 9-year-old in that room alone. Some blood belonging to 8-year-old Michael was also found on 2 pieces of thin fabric in the trash can in the bathroom. Detectives later discovered physical evidence which indicated that Yesenia and her 2 children had been hurt in a significant way, with Talia's blood having been found on Toledo's boot and on the trunk mat of Yesenia's Honda Accord, both of which had been disposed of in a trash can in Sanford, Florida. Neighbours also attested to hearing screams coming from the residence around the time that the trio were last seen. Within just 2 days of Yesenia, Talia and Michael being reported missing, police announced on October 24th that the trio were deceased, despite no bodies having been found, and they named Luis Toledo as the prime suspect, a man who had been notoriously involved in the Latin Kings street gang, being the 3rd highest ranking member within the gang itself. Toledo was arrested for domestic battery following the incident at Yesenia's work, and a few days following this, he attempted to take his own life whilst in custody, using shards from a broken mirror. By October 28th, Luis Toledo was charged with second-degree murder in regards to Yesenia's presumed death. By January of 2014, Toledo was charged a further 2 counts of first-degree murder of Yesenia's children, Talia and Michael Otto. Following Toledo's arrest, his past with the law came to light, and his record was very extensive. He had been arrested multiple times for crimes including aggravated assault, burglary, shooting into an occupied dwelling, kidnapping, and attempted second-degree murder. Most of these charges were reportedly dropped, though at one stage Toledo did serve 4 years in prison for abduction, robbery, and burglary under an alias. It was during this time in jail where he joined the infamous Latin Kings, where he later admitted having committed numerous severe acts of violence in their name, whilst testifying against another member of the gang in court. Following his arrest, Luis Toledo confessed to killing Yesenia, but denied having done anything to hurt her 2 children. Toledo claims to have struck Yesenia in the throat in their bedroom, a skill he obtained whilst practicing martial arts in his spare time, but claimed it was self-defense and that he had killed her accidentally. He then came up with an elaborate story where he pointed the finger at his neighbour Tyshawn Jackson, claiming that he was responsible for the deaths of Talia and Michael, having attacked them with an axe. Toledo claimed that he cleaned up the crime scene, but said that Jackson had disposed of the bodies, therefore he didn't know where they were. Police were quick to ascertain that Jackson wasn't involved in the crime at all, and learned that he actually contacted the police about strange behaviour that Toledo had been exhibiting in recent days. Luis asked Tyshawn to help him move Yesenia's car to the parking lot in Lake Mary a short time after 6 a.m. on October 23rd, having knocked on his window to get his attention. But Jackson found the whole thing entirely suspicious, not to mention the fact that he allegedly witnessed Toledo deep clean his vehicle before putting the trunk mat, a plastic bag containing rugs, some clothing items and cleaning products in a dumpster, where these items were later recovered as evidence. When Jackson asked Toledo what he was doing, he reportedly just said, quote, "I snapped." Following this, a concerned and shaken-up Jackson went to the authorities and directed them towards the dumpster where they recovered various items of interest, which implicated Toledo in the deaths of his wife and 2 stepchildren. Though the bodies of Yesenia, Talia, and Michael have never been found, investigators firmly believe that the trio met with foul play on the day they vanished, having had their lives cut short at the hands of Luis Toledo. It is believed that following the murders, he placed their bodies in the trunk of his wife's car and drove them to an undisclosed location, where he then buried them. In October of 2017, Luis Toledo was put on trial for the murders of Yesenia Suarez, Talia Otto, and Michael Otto, where he pled not guilty to 3 counts of murder. After 8 hours of deliberations, the jury found Toledo guilty of second-degree murder in relation to Yesenia and 2 counts of first-degree murder in regards to Talia and Michael. As a result, Luis Toledo was sentenced to life imprisonment, reflecting 3 life terms. He appealed his conviction, but was ultimately refused. Rollins College, knowing how hard she worked and what bright future had once lay ahead of her, awarded Yesenia's bachelor degree posthumously following her disappearance. She was a hard-working student who was trying everything in her power to make her life and her children's lives better by working hard and studying hard to achieve the best possible employment she could to support her young family, who meant the entire world to her. Heartbreakingly, this tragic event wasn't the only heartache faced by the Suarez family. Yesenia's brother, Jonathan Suarez Nieves, disappeared on January 18th of 2022. His truck was found shortly afterwards, and sadly his body was discovered a short distance away from his vehicle, just over a week later, in an Apopka neighbourhood. According to a Fox 35 article, Jonathan's wife, Jasmine, told them that her husband severely struggled to cope following the disappearance of his sister, niece, and nephew, telling them that the experience had, quote, eaten him up. His mother believed her son to be suffering from PTSD following the tragic events that unfolded in 2013. According to various reports, Jonathan had gone for a drive that night to clear his head, but he never returned. He was involved in 2 road accidents during this time. One where he crashed into a parked RV at a rest stop on the I-4 in Longwood, and around 45 minutes later crashed into a fire pit in Grand Hilltop Drive in Apopka, where he subsequently abandoned his vehicle. According to the Daytona Beach News Journal, Nieves vanished hours after an incident in Daytona Beach shores, in which police said he went to a stranger's hotel room, where he knocked and identified himself as a police officer in order to gain entry. Jonathan believed that his missing sister was present in the room at the time, but he was subsequently asked to leave the premises. Nieves' cause of death was not revealed to the public, however no foul play is suspected. No matter the case, the Suarez family have had to face the same heartache twice over, something many of us can't scarcely imagine. To add salt to an already painful open wound, it was reported by various news outlets that Yesenia's father, Emilio Suarez, was planning to marry Luis Toledo's sister, Millie, and even sent letters to him in prison to ask for his blessing in their marriage. Whether anything came of this is unclear, but it adds another sickening twist to an already horrific case. Despite a decade having passed since the family of 3 disappeared, their memory lives on. Remaining family members and friends hold yearly vigils to remember those they lost. They are determined to find Yesenia and her children's remains, wherever they may be. Various searches were conducted across the Deltona area at the time in an effort to locate them, with law enforcement enlisting the help of out-of-state volunteers alongside Suarez's family and the children's father, Mike Otto, doing all they could to help, but unfortunately to no avail. As of September of 2023, Yesenia, Talia, and Michael remain missing, and Luis Toledo refuses to reveal where he buried them. At the time of the trio's disappearance in October of 2013, Yesenia Yvette Suarez, the mother, was 28 years old. She's described as being of Hispanic origins, standing at 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighing approximately 130 pounds. She has black hair and brown eyes and has a noticeable mole on her chin. Yesenia is known to use the nicknames Jessie and Yessie. Her eldest child, Talia Yvette Otto, was 9 years old when she and her family disappeared. Talia was described as being Hispanic, with long, light brown hair and black eyes, standing at 3 feet tall and weighing 65 pounds. Her younger brother, Michael Elijah Otto, was 8 years old, also of Hispanic descent, with short, dark brown hair and black eyes. He was approximately 3 feet 6 inches tall and weighed around 60 pounds. He may go by his middle name, Elijah. It's unclear what Yesenia, Talia, or Michael were wearing on the day they were last seen. Due to the circumstances involved, all three are classed as endangered missing persons. If alive today, by some miracle, Yesenia would be 38 years old, Talia would be 19, and Michael would be 18 years old, respectively. Those with any information regarding this case are urged to contact Volusia County Sheriff's Office on 888-277-8477.
The town of Grantham is located in the South Kesteven district of Lincolnshire, England, and serves as both a market and industrial hub. It is positioned along the banks of the River Witham and is bordered to the west by the A1 road. The town is situated approximately 23 miles to the south of Lincoln and 22 miles to the east of Nottingham. In 1994, the community was left reeling when the life of a married mother of two was cruelly stolen from her. 38-year-old Julie Pacey resided in a luxury home on Longcliffe Road with her husband of 18 years, Andrew, and their children, 14-year-old Helen and 11-year-old Matthew. Julie and Andrew were childhood sweethearts, and her husband described her as kind and caring and considerate, and she lived for the family. In 1994, Andrew worked in a plumbing business, and Julie was employed part-time at St Peter and Paul Day Nursery, located on St Catherine's Road, which sat opposite the local police headquarters. On the 26th of September, at approximately 10 a.m, Julie Pacey left the family home for a shift at work. Her husband, alongside his brother, were already away and working on a plumbing contract at a packaging firm on Springfield Road. Julie returned to her residence in the family's Audi car at 2:45 p.m. that day. Approximately 30 minutes later, she left her home to go to the shops, and was observed driving the Audi on Highcliffe Road near her residence. Interestingly, a man wearing blue overalls was spotted walking up the road at the same time. He ventured into the road just as Pacey was driving by in her car, causing her to come dangerously close to hitting him. Once Pacey's car drove by, witnesses saw the man abruptly turn around and sprint back in the direction from which Pacey's car had come. This man in blue overalls would later become an important person of interest in the case. At 4:15 p.m, Helen Pacey returned from school. Tragically, in the first floor bathroom, after pushing the door open after feeling some resistance, she discovered the lifeless body of her mother lying face down on the bathroom tiles. She had thought that her mother had collapsed and subsequently dialed 999. Julie Pacey had been sexually assaulted and strangled, with ligature marks around her neck suggesting that she had been asphyxiated with a cord which the killer had taken with them. Although fully clothed, the clothes were in a state of disorder. A Luc de Reusch watch, which she had bought on holiday in France a few weeks prior, was notably absent, although the watch itself was valued at around £10. It was believed that her daughter found her just minutes after the attack. There were no signs of a break-in or a struggle, suggesting that she was strangled from behind. Helen was unable to recall whether the front door had been locked or not when she'd returned home from school that day. However, all the windows and the back door were locked. The overalls man, as he came to be known, became a person of interest as more witness statements mentioned this peculiar individual. At 3:30 p.m. on the 23rd of September, just 3 days before the murder, a girl who regularly visited the Pacey home after school to wait to be picked up by her mother saw the man in blue overalls walking in the Pacey's driveway. As the girl entered the driveway, the man passed by, where she was able to identify further characteristics, including that he was wearing brown workman's boots, was overweight, and looked to be around the age range of 35 to 45. She described him as a strange man, with a round face that was, quote, all pink. She further described that he had a ruddy complexion and rough hands. As she entered the Pacey home, inside was Julie, who asked her about the unidentified individual. Julie explained to the girl that the man had knocked at the door, which Julie had initially assumed was the girl. However, she was surprised to see the man standing there. He then asked her for directions to Eskdale Road. The girl who had seen the overalls man later aided investigators in creating an e-fit. The overalls man was seen in Grantham between the 22nd and the 27th of September, both in the lead up to and following Julie's death. The witnesses corroborated that the man had an unusually flushed face, and they also told authorities that he asked for directions to many different places, one example being directions to an industrial estate on the other side of town. Strangely, on all occasions, he never requested the witnesses to repeat the directions he had asked for. On the 27th of September, the day after the murder, the man who was still wearing blue overalls entered a shop located in the Grantham town centre, with the shopkeeper noting that he was acting suspiciously. On the same day at 9 a.m, he was seen kicking grass as if he was seeking something out. Unusually, in the hours leading up to Julie's death, several witnesses reported seeing Julie in a BMW 5 Series, despite the fact that the Pacey family car was an Audi 80. On the day of the murder at around 2:50 p.m, an acquaintance of the family's saw a BMW turn into the Pacey driveway, with the Audi already parked in it. This is notable as Julie had just returned home 5 minutes earlier at 2:45 p.m. Her family found these claims bizarre, as they had no knowledge of this BMW. The same vehicle was twice seen speeding away from the Pacey home at around 3:20 p.m. Investigators established that there was a sexual motive for the crime. However, police struggled to identify a reason as to why Julie Pacey specifically was targeted. They believe that the watch which was stolen was likely given to a partner or a friend, and the recipient had no clue of the timepiece's significance. Julie's parents believe that her killer may not have known her, but probably knew of her. They stated that they felt it was too much of a coincidence that the killing occurred at a time where she was alone in the house. Detective Superintendent Roger Billingsley later declared that the crime was premeditated. Over 500 people around the area at the time of the murder were questioned, and questionnaires were handed out to mothers and children. The artistic rendering of the overalls man was given to every household in the neighbourhood where the Paceys lived. Unfortunately, all leads led to dead ends, and the case went cold. In 2001, it was reported that Julie's case was briefly linked to the unsolved murder of 21-year-old Sharon Harper, who was killed 2 months prior to Julie. Sharon, who worked as a barmaid, was found beaten and strangled at the car park of Shepherd Construction on Earlsfield Lane on the 3rd of July 1994. Earlsfield Lane is approximately 2.5 miles from the Pacey home on Longcliffe Road. Police later stated that they did not believe the cases were related. However, like Julie, Sharon was sexually assaulted before she was killed. Her daughter, who was a few months old at the time of Sharon's murder, stated that police never explained to her why the cases were not linked, and she is eager for her mother's case to be more widely publicised, as she, just like Julie's loved ones, remains without answers. In 2015, there was a major development in Julie's case after British television programme Crime Watch aired a second appeal regarding the case. It was revealed that police had obtained a full DNA profile of the killer, which was described as a landmark forensic breakthrough. Police ran the profile through the criminal database, however they did not find a match. The overalls man was also still named as a suspect, with police strongly suggesting that they are confident that this individual was the person who killed Julie. As of 2023, the overalls man has yet to be identified. The owner of the BMW seen by several witnesses on that day has also never been identified. Bizarrely, for a time, Steve Watson, the actor for the overalls man in the Crime Watch reconstruction in 1994, which was re-shown in 2015, was called into police as being the suspect. He received verbal abuse from locals who mistook him to be Julie's killer, despite it being clearly stated in both Crime Watch appeals that it was a reconstruction. In order to clear his name, he submitted his DNA and was ruled out as a suspect in 2017. As of 2023, the murder of Julie Pacey remains unsolved. The mysterious and perplexing vanishing of a young brother and sister remains one of the most infamous unsolved cases in Puerto Rico to date. John Colonna Aponte was born on February 19, 1962 in Puerto Rico to parents John Colonna and Noemi Aponte, and on April 19, 1963, his sister Giannina Maria Colonna Aponte followed. John and Giannina were very close and enjoyed spending time together. They even shared the same circle of friends, most likely due to the fact that the siblings were very close in age. The family resided in the Luquillo suburb of Costa Azul, Puerto Rico, and on May 5th, 1974, John, who was 12, and Giannina, who was 11, had plans to walk to a nearby beach to meet up with a neighbour and family friend of their parents and his 3 children. However, rather strangely, John and Giannina never arrived at the beach. Their mother arrived shortly afterwards, but the male friend told her that her children had not shown up. A search for the children was conducted shortly after they were reported missing. However, no trace of them was found. Puerto Rican authorities found no clues or evidence to indicate what had happened to the children, and with that and the lack of leads, the case quickly went cold. 8 months after the Colonna Aponte children disappeared, it came to light that a businessman and prior neighbour to the family named Thomas Rodriguez had taken his own life in Miami, Florida, and had left a suicide note claiming to have known details about the disappearance of both children. The man had moved away from Puerto Rico a short time after the children vanished. Written in the note, it was alleged that Rodriguez knew of plans to abduct the children in order to collect a $72,000 ransom, which ultimately did not transpire, as the Colonna Apontes never received such communication from any kidnappers. The precise ransom sum of $72,000 does seem oddly specific, though we do not know the significance of it. Due to the very scarce amount of information available online regarding this case, we do not know anything regarding the financial status of the Colonna Apontes, nor do we know if either John Sr. or Noemi had any known enemies. We do not even know what John Sr.'s occupation was, which could have exposed him or his family to some sort of risk or danger. We know that Thomas Rodriguez was a neighbour of the family, but was he the same man who was meant to meet up with John Jr. and Giannina on the day they vanished, or was he perhaps a business associate of John Sr.? We do not know of any direct link between Rodriguez and the Colonna Aponte family, other than the fact they were neighbours, but this is a very broad term which could mean anything. If Rodriguez did indeed know about the abduction of John and Giannina, who kidnapped them and why? What happened to them? Did John and Giannina come to harm, which was why the abductor or abductors didn't follow through with threatening the family with a ransom and failed to collect it? It has been alleged that Rodriguez was perhaps the middleman for someone else, or was an associate of whoever was the mastermind behind the plan, but no other potential suspects have been publicly named in this case. Who did Rodriguez have connections to? And did he have mutual connections to the Colonna Aponte family in some way? In 2002, investigating agents at the FBI visited Noemi Aponte and told her that they had some clues and avenues of investigation that they were looking into, one of which involved a girl from Mayagüez who claimed to be looking for her mother. A dying relative told the woman that her mother was Puerto Rican, and the FBI believed it could have possibly been Giannina Colonna Aponte. Noemi fully cooperated with authorities and took various blood tests and gave DNA samples, and even gave permission for her husband's remains to be exhumed and for DNA to be extracted from his remains also. She also gave authorities some milk teeth which belonged to her missing children, which she had kept in a box. Due to the children's heritage, Interpol got involved in the case, and some shocking revelations came to light. This included that, according to their DNA analysis, both John and Giannina were not the biological children of John Colonna Sr. When these claims were made in 2005, following genetic data analysis by Interpol, the children's mother, Noemi, was left heartbroken by such a scandal. She told the Primera Hora newspaper in 2012, quote, "These years of anguish, instead of searching, were reversed against me, and that has hurt me more. It broke my heart because God was already giving me strength to accept things when the other thing, regarding the children's paternity, happened. I cooperated 100% so that later they came to torture me in this way and tell me that their evidence had said that they were not his children. Something was done wrong in those tests, because my children are from John Colonna, and if not, and as I told them on that occasion, that they do the DNA tests again and that the Bishop of San Juan be present. If they prove to me that they are not John's children, they are a miracle from God, because I did not know another male when I became pregnant." Due to these claims, Noemi felt she was trying to be implicated as a suspect in the disappearance of her two children, with authorities clutching at any straws that they could due to lack of any clues or evidence indicating the fates of John and Giannina. Noemi was forced to take polygraph tests and was asked very personal questions regarding her sex life. Noemi told Primera Hora at her heartbreak at these shocking claims. "I got married when I was 19. John, my husband, was the love of my life. He was my first love, my first man, and how they come to tell me that the children are not his. They wanted to solve the case at my expense, at my pain. My children are not bastards, and for them to say that has hurt me. It has taken my heart and destroyed it." Whether there is any truth to the claims that John was not the biological father of John Jr. and Giannina remains to be seen. Some web sleuths believe that, perhaps due to the treatment he was having for cancer at the time, that this may have interfered with the genetic testing, but this is purely speculation and it's unclear whether this is even scientifically possible. Though if he had blood transfusions, it certainly doesn't seem out of the realms of possibility that the results of the genetic testing may have been affected. The disappearance of their children had a profound effect on Noemi and John Sr., who, according to his wife, struggled following John and Giannina's vanishing. He allegedly contemplated taking his own life a number of times, and even suggested his wife join him in doing so that they could, quote, "go with the kids," but Noemi did not believe their children to be dead. She held on to the hope that John and Giannina were alive somewhere and wanted to be there, at their family home, whenever they returned. But as the years passed, that hope that Noemi held on to faded. "I thought someone would come and deliver them to me, but that's how all these years have passed. Waiting, crying and crying. I think they won't come back anymore. They are here in my heart, where they will always be, where they are 24/7. I have them in my mind all of the time. I may be singing, dancing, but they are there all the time. This is a wound that does not heal, and from which I cry every day." In order to end the speculation and hurtful claims being made, Noemi sought to legally declare her children as deceased in 2012. But according to Puerto Rican media, this was never granted due to the fact that if they were declared dead, the case would be archived. Sadly, nobody has ever been arrested or charged in this case, and both children remain missing. When the siblings disappeared in 1974, John Colonna Aponte was 12 years old. He is described as being of Caucasian and Hispanic admixture, specifically of Puerto Rican, French, and American descent, with brown hair and brown eyes, standing at 5 feet tall and weighing approximately 119 pounds. He was known to go by the nickname of Janot. His sister, Giannina Colonna Aponte, was 11 years old at the time the pair vanished. She is also described as being Caucasian and Hispanic, with black hair and black eyes, standing at 5 feet 1 inches tall and weighing 117 pounds. She notably had a small birthmark on her right cheek. Both children are multilingual and can speak Spanish, English, French, and Italian. Unfortunately, it is unknown what the children were wearing on the day they disappeared, and there are no DNA, dental records, or fingerprints available for comparison in the case. Very little information is online regarding this case, though various age progression images of both children have been digitally rendered over the years in the hopes that if they are out there, someone might recognise them. If alive today, John would be 61 years old and Giannina would be 60 years old, respectively. The children's father, John Colonna Sr., died in 1982 from a stroke as a result of terminal cancer. In early April of 2023, their mother, Noemi Aponte, passed away in the family home, a place she refused to leave in case her children ever returned. She died from breast cancer at the age of 84 without ever knowing what fate befell her beloved Giannina and Janot. As of 2023, this case remains unsolved. Starowa Gora is a sleepy village located near the city of Reusch in central Poland, and was the hometown of the Bogdanskich family. 3 generations lived under the same roof. 42-year-old businessman Krzysztof Bogdanskich, his 44-year-old wife Bożena, their 2 children, 16-year-old Malgosia and 12-year-old Jakub, and his mother Danuta. Krzysztof and Bożena met at technical college and married after a few years of dating. They lived in Reusch before deciding to build a house of their own in Starowa Gora, with some financial help from Bożena's parents, who gifted them a plot of land for the development. Krzysztof was very successful with his business, where he sold various computer components, and as a result of this, the Bogdanskichs were able to buy an expensive car and managed to send their children to private schools, where both children excelled academically. A short time prior to their mysterious disappearance in April 2003, Bogdanskich's 66-year-old mother, Danuta, had a stroke. Therefore, Krzysztof, who had been solely raised by his mother, decided to take care of her at his home. By all accounts, the family, who regularly attended church, appeared to be happy and in a good place, and despite their increasing wealth, they appeared to be down-to-earth and sensible spenders, but behind closed doors, they were anything but. Following the millennium, Krzysztof's computer store started to suffer when products from China flooded onto the market, and larger companies could sell them at much better prices than he could. Despite his business suffering, Krzysztof was very tech-savvy and did what he could to make ends meet by selling pirated copies of video games and computer softwares, as well as services to unblock phones. The family were used to living lavishly, so when this business also failed, and some stocks they had invested in didn't profit as much as they were predicted, they started to ask friends and family for financial help. The family didn't want to sacrifice their standard of living just to make ends meet, but found themselves struggling. A week before Easter of 2003, Bożena called her sister, also named Danuta, asking for some money, telling her that she was, quote, in trouble, but did not elaborate any further. The sisters planned to meet each other to discuss the situation, but when her sister arrived at the house to meet her on April 11th, 2003, rather oddly, she wasn't at home. This worried Bożena's sister greatly, but even more so when she saw Krzysztof at the property alone through a window. She went up the drive and met him there. However, he seemed agitated and did not invite her in. He allegedly became increasingly aggressive when asked about Bożena's whereabouts and told her sister to, quote, mind her own business and to, quote, stop being paranoid. He then proceeded to ask her to leave after voicing his frustration at her showing up unannounced. Bożena's sister tried calling numerous times, but all of the phones appeared to be switched off. Initially, she thought that maybe due to roaming charges and the fact they would be calling from a foreign country that contact would be too expensive. However, she had a gut feeling that something was wrong. A few days passed and their father, Tadeusz, also visited the property, but when inquiring as to his daughter's whereabouts, Krzysztof, who was visibly stressed, told him that Bożena had taken the children to Wrocław to attend a course for future travel agency owners and to go sightseeing. This didn't appear untrue, as he and his wife had discussed a new tourist office business venture. He then told him that he was to join them in a few days, where they would travel to Germany for a vacation and visit some friends there, sharing his disappointment that the family would no longer be able to come for Easter breakfast with his in-laws. He also told Bożena's father that the family would be gone for an unspecified amount of time and didn't know when they would be back, but he did mention that they also intended to spend Christmas with their German friends, despite it only being April at this point, though this may have referenced another planned trip. It appeared that Krzysztof also called a number of friends and acquaintances of various family members, telling them that they could no longer follow through with various plans as they were headed to Germany. On April 18th, Krzysztof spoke with a neighbour and relayed this story to them, also stating that his mother was in Łódź staying with friends. He also told the neighbour that he was finishing up painting the attic before going to meet his family. The neighbour cited that nothing appeared out of the ordinary. However, this was the last time anyone saw Krzysztof Bogdanskich alive. However, on April 20th, Easter Sunday, Bożena's sister decided to take matters into her own hands, so decided to contact the friends who lived in Germany whom the Bogdanskichs were supposed to visit. But the phone call left her shocked when the friends stated that they had no plans for the Bogdanskichs to visit them anytime soon and hadn't heard from them in years. On May the 8th, 2003, Polish authorities began investigating the disappearance of the Bogdanskich family after they were reported missing. From the outside, nothing appeared awry. All of the family members were well liked and weren't involved in any criminal activities, so their disappearance raised many concerns. As a result, Polish police decided to visit the Bogdanskich residence to investigate, looking for any clues which could indicate the family's whereabouts, or at least establish if they had come to harm. Searching the property, everything appeared to be in order, with nothing out of place. There were dishes in the sink and fresh food in the fridge, which suggested that the family had every intention of returning, though the room did smell of rotten garbage which had not been taken outside. It should also be noted that Bożena's favourite sweater was sitting on the arm of a chair in the living room. When searching through their belongings, nothing is missing, other than 12-year-old Jakub's favourite pair of pyjamas. Oddly, his asthma medication and even his grandmother's medication remained in the property, which seems very strange if they were taking a trip and didn't know when they would be back. Jakub even had a scheduled doctor's appointment at the end of April for his allergies. Some oddities were found, however. This included the fact that all mobile phones and passports belonging to each family member could not be located, and even more suspiciously, the hard drives of all of the laptops and computers in the home had been completely wiped. No money was found either, other than Małgosia's purse, which was in her bedroom along with her diary, which did detail her concerns about her family's financial woes. Rather interestingly, Małgosia mentioned her father's friend in her diary as having, quote, crossed the line, though whether this meant over a border or as in doing something bad remains to be seen. A number of her diary entries appear to be written in some sort of code, though most of the inscriptions were typical teen thoughts. Various forensic teams scoured the property from top to bottom with thermal imaging cameras with the help of cadaver dogs, but nothing of interest was found, other than 2 small traces of blood which were found in the garage and adjacent to Danuta's bedroom. The attic had been freshly painted, as Krzysztof had told his neighbour, and nothing of interest was found there. But was this a simple renovation, or was it done to hide potential clues or evidence which would indicate the fate of the Bogdanskichs? There was no evidence of a break-in or anything to indicate foul play. Murder was initially theorised, but there was zero evidence of such a crime having occurred and no evidence of any sort of clean-up. Searches for the family were conducted across the country, including analysing weeks' worth of CCTV footage from local gas stations and even hospitals and care homes, but no trace of them were found. Authorities in Germany assisted in the investigation also, however their efforts also proved to be fruitless. When looking into the family's finances, a rather disturbing picture was painted. According to financial documentation, Krzysztof had racked up debts of over 1 million zloty, approximately $246,000. The family had maxed out their debit and credit cards, overdrafts and loans, which had been completely run dry a short time prior to the family's disappearance, with a number of loan companies chasing them up for fraudulent activities, with the loans being used against the mortgage payments. It also came to light that Krzysztof had recently sold the family car for 60,000 zloty to a mechanic that he owed money to. According to various Polish news outlets, the family were being investigated for loan fraud, and international arrest warrants were issued for both Krzysztof and Bożena and his mother Danuta, as all were liable parties. Was Krzysztof worried about the ramifications of his disastrous financial decisions which left him in ruin, and therefore wanted to rid his debt by vanishing into thin air? Several posts about this case also mentioned that Krzysztof had asked an acquaintance about how to go about getting fake documentation, which further fuels the theory that the family decided to start a new life under new identities in order to escape their debts. No evidence was found of any of the Bogdanskichs crossing the Polish border though, and Danuta did not have a passport. No travel tickets or visas were bought either under any of their names, though they could have been using false identities. Bożena was extremely close to her family, so for her to disappear of her own free will with her husband and children seems very unlikely. Did she abandon her old life under duress, or was something more sinister at play? Some believe that Krzysztof perhaps borrowed money from a loan shark, or perhaps gambled and borrowed from someone in the criminal underworld, which forced them to flee the country. However, this theory is once again unfounded. Another theory suggests a possible murder-suicide, similar to the theories suggested in the infamous Dupont de Ligonnès case, which bears striking similarities to this case. A man from an affluent background disappears following financial collapse, ruining his reputation and the family name. He disposes of his family and takes his own life following this. It certainly seems like extended suicide is a possibility here, especially given so much time between Bożena's last known contact and the last sighting of Krzysztof, giving plenty of time to be rid of any remains and or evidence. But like all other theories, it lacks any credible evidence. Many do question, however, why Krzysztof was home alone for several days, and where were his family during this time? It's another question in this baffling case which sadly remains unanswered. Relatives of the Bogdanskich family firmly believe that the five are still out there alive somewhere, with a clairvoyant telling them that they are alive but do not wish to contact anyone. Bożena's elderly mother still tends to the family home and garden, which was her daughter's pride and joy. She awaits some sort of sign or word from her daughter or grandchildren, who would now be adults, and hopes that someday she will have answers. Polish law enforcement agree that they haven't faced such a baffling disappearance case since the end of the Second World War, and have stacks upon stacks of files in regards to the Bogdanskich family vanishing. 20 years on, and authorities are still left perplexed by this unusual case, a seemingly ordinary family disappearing off the face of the earth, leaving no trail behind. What truly happened to the Bogdanskich family remains shrouded in mystery to this day. Patrick Shawn Betz, known by his middle name, Shawn, was born on June 21st, 1976 to parents Dennis and Barbara Betz. By 1988, Shawn was 11 years old and attended Sierra Vista Elementary School in his hometown of Upland, California. Barbara described her son as happy-go-lucky, and friends described him as mischievous and tough, but street smart, who always had a smile on his face. Shawn loved playing baseball, video games, and skateboarding. He was also a very happy and kind person who often helped carry out chores at the Radio Shack store in town. On the night of January 20th, 1988, Shawn, his mother, Barbara, and his sister Pamela visited the Pizza Chalet at their local strip mall, located on Foothill Boulevard and Euclid Avenue in Upland, to order some dinner. As Barbara ordered some pizza, Shawn asked his mother if he could borrow some quarters to play video games there. He then proceeded to ask his mother if he and a friend, who happened to be the pizzeria owner's son, could go to Upland High School to watch a basketball game together, to which Barbara agreed. However, the basketball game was an away game, meaning the match was played in nearby Chino, approximately 8 miles away from Upland. As he left, Shawn asked his family to save him some pizza. However, this was the very last time the Betz family ever saw the 11-year-old alive. Shawn and his friend were spotted at the pizzeria at around 9 p.m. after returning to the establishment, following the realisation that the basketball game was out of town. The pair were witnessed playing more video games. Shawn called it a night and decided to leave the establishment with an unidentified male adolescent, according to witnesses. However, he never made it home. His parents stayed up all night waiting for their son to return, but when he hadn't appeared by morning, Barbara and Dennis contacted the authorities to report him as missing. According to Crimehound's 2022 YouTube video on this case, which was made to raise awareness of this extremely unknown case, much of which came from the Betz family themselves, Shawn's school received a strange phone call that morning, before anyone even knew he was missing. The stranger, who identified themselves as his grandmother, told the school that Shawn would no longer be attending as he was moving to Washington. Family confirmed that the woman on the phone was not Shawn's grandmother. Though she had previously lived in Washington, she was back living in California and fighting cancer at the time. Unfortunately, she passed away without ever knowing what happened to her grandson. Whoever the caller was, or how they knew this outdated information regarding Shawn's grandmother, or even that he was missing, remains a mystery. Initially, police assumed Shawn to be a runaway, due to the fact that he was due to go to juvenile court in the coming days following an altercation at school. However, his parents did not believe this to be a reason for their son to run away. He didn't seem particularly bothered by the scheduled court appearance. His mother even claimed that he never would have left home without some of his favourite belongings, including a comfort blanket. He had also left behind his baseball glove, a number of Little League baseball trophies, a remote-control truck, a General Lee toy car from the Dukes of Hazzard, a brand new boombox, and his backpack. Nothing appeared out of place in Shawn's bedroom, and no clothes were missing either. Police searched the house, even digging it up in 1991 following an anonymous tip, claiming that he was buried under the property, but they found nothing. The Betz family were left frustrated when police told them that Shawn would probably return home when he was hungry. They knew that this was not the case, and something was seriously wrong. According to the family, police didn't take the case seriously until 4 months had passed. Meanwhile, Shawn's family put up flyers around the community in the hopes that anyone with information would come forward, but unfortunately this was to no avail. Local authorities and media stations, as well as ones from further afield, were not interested in exploring Shawn's case any further, simply due to the fact he was listed as a runaway. This significantly hindered the search for him. Rather interestingly, the owners of the pizzeria shut up shop and left town a short time after Shawn's disappearance, which left many suspicious, especially since nobody in the locality seemed to know where they went, though some speculated they returned to their home country in the Middle East. Police did look into the family who owned the pizza chalet, following their trail to Los Angeles, but found no reason to suspect they were involved in Shawn's vanishing. Unfortunately, the case subsequently went cold. Several potential sightings of Shawn were reported over the years following, however all led to dead ends. Despite this, police are still actively investigating his disappearance and have followed up numerous tips and leads from across the country, but to no avail. Overall, this particular case received little to no publicity at the time or much thereafter. Shawn's face was placed on milk cartons and he was one of the missing children featured in the Soul Asylum music video Runaway Train in 1993. In December of 2021, Barbara Betz pleaded to the City Council to do more regarding her son's case, which had remained cold for 34 years. The police and residents of Upland are hoping that a break in the case will come sooner rather than later. In February 2022, YouTube channel Crimehound released a video about Shawn's disappearance, which included information from interviews with various family members. Following the publication of this video, a number of people came forward with some information, and police did interview various people who they believed may have had some useful information regarding Shawn's disappearance, but their efforts proved to be fruitless. Authorities still aren't any closer to finding out the truth, though they reportedly took DNA samples from the Betz family in the hopes of finding answers. Thus far, however, no new leads have been established. Other than these efforts, very little has been done to publicise the case, which has left his loved ones understandably disheartened. Police, family members, and residents of Upland hope that social media will help shed more light on Shawn's disappearance, and in turn, hopefully reveal new leads for investigators. Shawn's father, Dennis, died in 2009 without ever knowing what fate befell his son. His mother Barbara told Crimehound regarding her son's disappearance, quote, "It is hard for me to stay hopeful. Even if he is not alive, I'd still like to know what happened, where his remains are, where his bones are. I need some kind of closure." At the time he vanished, Shawn Betz was 11 years old. He is described as being Caucasian with brown hair and green eyes, standing at 4 feet 7 inches tall and weighing approximately 90 pounds. Notably, he had some skin discoloration on his lower left jawbone near his chin. He was last seen wearing a grey shirt, a pair of grey trousers, and a pair of white shoes. Over the years, numerous age progression images have been created by the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children to depict how Shawn would look at various stages of his life, with the latest rendering being released in 2018. If he is alive today, Shawn Betz would be 47 years old. Those who have any information regarding the whereabouts of Patrick Shawn Betz or have any information regarding his disappearance, no matter how big or small, are urged to contact Upland Police Department on 909 946 7624. Blackwood is a settlement situated in Caerphilly, in the county of Gwent in South Wales. Blackwood has a deep-rooted history as a mining town and was the lifeblood of many during the 19th and early 20th centuries. The landscape was dotted with collieries, and the rhythmic sounds of machinery echoed through the valleys as miners toiled beneath the earth's surface. Mining life was fraught with dangers and hardships. Over time, as the coal industry declined, Blackwood underwent a transformation, diversifying its economy and preserving the heritage of its mining past. Today, remnants of the town's mining legacy stand as a testament to its resilient spirit and the enduring impact of its industrial history. It was a drizzly evening on the 11th of August 1925 when 21-year-old Lucy Iris Grace Watkins, known to her loved ones as Iris, informed her grandmother Catherine that she was going to wander to the nearby postbox to drop off a couple of letters. Iris, who was a stationer shop assistant, intended for the journey to be quick and intended to return swiftly. However, by nightfall, her grandmother had grown anxious. It seemed that Iris had disappeared. Time ticked by with no indications of where Iris had gone or what had happened to the young woman. The tight-knit community of Blackwood came together, where miners and their families conducted vigils, hoping and praying for Iris's safe return. The letters Iris had gone to post were successfully mailed to the recipients on August 12th, which confirmed that whatever happened to Iris occurred on her return walk. It was reported by the Daily Mail on August 22nd that Iris's mother, Edith Morris, had received a letter which chilled her to the bone. The envelope had been postmarked in Newport, a town situated approximately 15 miles from her home in Blackwood. The note stated, quote, "Do not worry about your daughter. She is quite safe and will be returned to you unharmed if you put this letter in the daily papers. We kidnapped your daughter to hold for ransom, but we did not know you were poor people, so we are returning her to you. Open your door at 2 a.m. on the 22nd this month and you will find her lying outside, chloroformed. I demand you to put this in the papers for the benefit of a rich man's daughters. If you do not do this, you will never see your daughter again. P.S. Get this in the papers as soon as possible." The sinister letter was signed from the Silent Strangers. It was later found that the letter was in fact a cruel hoax, causing more heartbreak for Iris's family, friends and neighbours. Following days of heavy rainfall and flooding, on the 22nd of September at Cumgelly Brook, located approximately 1 mile from Iris's grandmother's home, a tragic discovery was made. The body of Iris Watkins was found by a young woman who saw the body partially submerged in a shallow stream. Iris was lying on her back, with her legs pointed in the downstream direction, with her head positioned towards the culvert. Although both shoes and stockings were found, the material had been torn, leaving Iris unclothed, save for scattered remnants of fabric. A small square pocket mirror was also found nearby. Police Constable Williams of Blackwood told the media, quote, "The body was 30 yards from the exit of a culvert. The legs, arms and head were under the water. A fawn overcoat was around her shoulders with the girl's hand inside just one sleeve." Iris's mother identified her daughter from a shoe, clothes and a bracelet she was wearing, as her remains were so badly decomposed that identification by physical features was nearly impossible. The culvert and the surrounding environment had been searched prior to her body being found, but nothing significant was retrieved. It was suggested that because of the torrential rain in and around the Monmouthshire Hills, her body had been dislodged from the culvert where she may have been left by her potential killer. Curiously, a straw hat was also retrieved near the area where the body was found, and furthermore, the home of her parents, William and Edith Morris, was within a short distance of where Iris was discovered, with some people speculating as to why she was in that specific area. Her grandmother, Catherine, insisted that Iris never walked there or had a reason to go in that direction, as she had next to no relationship with her parents. A post-mortem examination was carried out, and it was found that Iris had no water in her lungs. Therefore, drowning was ruled out as her cause of death. There were no signs of sexual assault, and the condition of the body suggested that she had been deceased for approximately 20 days, which puzzled many, considering she had been missing for over 40 days. Newspaper reports theorised that she had been taken to a hidden location on the hills and kept captive for a time before she was killed. The pathologist stated that nearly all of her skin exhibited a waxy texture typically associated with a body exposed to the air for an extended period. He emphasised that if the body had been submerged underwater for 6 weeks, this characteristic would not have been present. He noted that in numerous areas of the body, the hair, skin and soft tissues had significantly diminished, nearly exposing the bone. The right knee appeared to be almost dislocated. Additionally, he observed that her lower jaw was on the verge of detachment. He confirmed the absence of any penetrating wounds across her body. He conveyed that there was no conclusive evidence of physical violence, suggesting that the state of her lower jaw and right knee could possibly be attributed to decomposition. Higher rates of bruising were observed on Iris's neck, thighs, and lower abdomen compared to other areas of her body. He proposed that this could potentially be indicative of bruising having occurred before her death. The coroner expressed the belief that her death might have resulted from violence, although an alternative explanation could be an abrupt cessation of her heart due to an unexplained cause. There was also a possibility that Iris had been poisoned, however, there was no evidence to suggest that this was the case. The inquest into the death of Iris Watkins began on the 25th of September, with hundreds of people in attendance. Iris was known to have been a quiet, reserved, and level-headed young woman who stayed out of trouble. She was known to attend local dances, accompanied by a female friend, and she was never known to have been in the sole company of a man. According to a newspaper article from The Advertiser, neighbours believed that Iris was picked up by a motorcyclist and was murdered in a quiet, secluded area. Her friends agreed that Iris did enjoy spending time with motorcyclists on holidays, but again, she was never seen alone in their company. Catherine, Iris's grandmother, also never witnessed her alone with a man. However, she did say that 1 or 2 men had written letters to Iris. One witness, who was a farmer, stated that he had seen Iris in the company of an unidentified man at Kinco Farm on the night of the 10th of August, and once again saw the pair in each other's company on the night of the 13th of August, which is significant considering that Iris was reported as having gone missing on the 11th of August. This witness described the man as having been approximately 22 years of age, with medium brown hair and a toothbrush moustache. The man was said to have had flushed cheeks and a distinctive nose, to which the farmer believed was either a hooked or Roman nose. The man described came forward to speak at the inquest. He stated that he had been in the company of a young woman at Kinco Farm on the evening of the 10th of August and had been told by a man, likely the farmer, that the pair were trespassing on his land. The man told the inquest that the woman he was with was not Iris Watkins. His clothes on that night, which he stated were the same he was wearing during the inquest, did not match with what the farmer had previously described. The coroner therefore found the farmer's statement unreliable following this man's testimony. A friend said that Iris was discontent with life in Blackwood and was thinking of moving on, and Iris's parents, William and Edith Morris, spoke of their individual relationships with their daughter. Edith said she had not seen Iris since March of 1924, and William told the inquest he had never even met Iris or seen as much as a photograph of her. A witness stated that she had noticed unusual activity by the culvert of Cumgelly Brook on the evening of the 21st of September, the night before Iris's body was discovered. The woman was awakened and noticed blinding bright light around the culvert, which appeared similar to headlights of a vehicle. It was a strange sight. However, she made the assumption that miners were on a night shift, and she returned to bed without thinking much of it. However, it is entirely possible that the woman had just witnessed Iris's alleged killer disposing of her remains in the culvert. After all evidence was presented, the jury returned a verdict of murder against some person or person unknown. The coroner assigned to the case was strongly dissatisfied with the verdict, as there was no evidence to indicate that Iris had been murdered. However, there was no doubt that many oddities were present in the case. The coroner believed that the cause of death should have been listed as found drowned, despite there having been no evidence that Iris had lost her life this way. According to further news reports, the mysterious death of Iris captivated the likes of W. Harold Spear, a well-known crime investigator, and Arthur Conan Doyle, the author of the Sherlock Holmes novels, and the case was brought to the attention of MPs in Parliament. Blackwood residents piled on the pressure to have the case reopened, and over 3,500 people signed a petition pleading for the chance to find justice for Iris and her loved ones. Despite their efforts, Scotland Yard believed that there was nothing they could do to help. Therefore, the quest to find the truth about what happened to Iris went stagnant. The untimely end of Iris's journey served as a poignant reminder of the fragility of life. The residents of Blackwood wished for Iris to never be forgotten and continued for many years to try and seek justice. Ultimately, the circumstances surrounding her death remain a mystery, and to this day, it is unknown what happened to Iris Watkins and why.